South Jersey's home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, me too.
WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City. A town square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is 97.3 ESPN. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
We are live on a Wednesday, one day closer to the start of the NFL season. What's going on, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Ennings producing today's show. You out there Wednesday afternoon down the New Jersey seashore. It's good to have you as we have the Eagles and the Falcons closing in on that on Sunday. We'll have plenty on that game throughout the day. Also, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City is back today. Jason Fitz, Fine Five, Ugly Five, my five best, five worst NFL teams in the league. Jeff Mosher for football at 4. Jeff Kerr is here tonight in the 5 o'clock hour. So it is a busy show today. Glad to have you with me at Mike Gill Show on Twitter. Don't forget, download the free mobile app. You can message us through the app. You can watch the show live on YouTube and on Twitter at 973 ESPN. And look, one thing is for certain. As we close in on the Eagles and the Falcons, that will take center stage. This is, as we mentioned yesterday, a very winnable week 1 game on the road. And I think that you can start to see as the season is getting here. Anyway, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it from the people out there. As the season is starting to get here, the Eagles fans are starting to kind of get a little bit more excited about this team. Why? Well, I think somebody sent a message in yesterday on the video stream, and they said, I'm glad that there's not expectations for this season. It's like a game or a season that you can just kind of go into and enjoy it and just kind of see what happens. Well, I'll tell you what's happening here. The Vegas odds started at 3.5. It is down to 3. People think the Eagles can possibly win this game, so the money is kind of going in both directions here, kind of keeping it where it was. You see the trend of this game so far, which is the Falcons are 0-5 in their last 5 games. They are 2-3 in their last 5 games against the spread. The Eagles come into the situation, and public betting is 50-50 on this game so far. So it is one of those true toss-up games to start the season, and we will talk plenty about it as this one goes on. I think, again, there are some storylines in this game that are very intriguing. Both these teams have new coaches. It's the first time new coaches will meet up in the first week of the season. It's happening twice where 2 new head coaches will meet up in their first ever games against each other. It is Sirianni against Arthur Smith. It is Urban Meyer against David Culley. So those 4 are brand new head coaches coaching their first NFL game, meeting up for the first time. So that's happening this Sunday as well. But there's so many different scenarios, or so many storylines, I should say, in this game that I think we can unpack and unfold, including Nick Sirianni's press conference today, who showed up in a Philadelphia Phillies hoodie and hat. Well, let's shoot into the Philadelphia Phillies, who last night, after an impressive showing on Monday in which they win the game 12-0, it was almost like, well, you guys won the game 12-0. Why don't we just basically follow suit and follow you right back up? Because the Phillies basically laid an egg last night. And really the egg was laid by the guy who was your opening day starter. And it is becoming more and more apparent that your opening day starter has some issues. So we'll start there. What is the issue that Aaron Nola has? I feel like, does anybody else feel that at the end of this Phillies baseball season, it's going to be like a Flyers playoff run, when the team plays like crap, and at the end of it you hear, well, Claude Giroux needed to get sports hernia surgery. You know, he was skating around on the ice with a sports hernia for 4 games as the team got swept. I feel like we're going to hear at the end of this Phillies season, oh, by the way, Aaron Nola had this problem. Because if that's not the issue, then you got a big problem with Aaron Nola. you better hope he's been pitching with some sort of issue. 7-8 on the season, 4.57 ERA. It's just a horrendous third inning in which he threw about 40 pitches, and he just kind of labored through the game all night. But look, in today's world, 5 innings, 6 hits, 3 runs, 6 strikeouts, he actually pitched pretty good in today's starting pitching world. But for what the Phillies are anticipating from Aaron Nola, that is simply not good enough. And because Aaron Nola has simply not been good enough, this team is where they are. If you look back at all the problems this team has had, yeah, their bullpen blew a lot of games, and yeah, they're way at the top of the list. But give me another ace that started opening day on a playoff-level team that is essentially pitching like a number 3 or 4 starter. When the Phillies look back at this season, they're going to say, man, how many times did Aaron Nola pitch and he didn't give us a chance to win? Now, you could say he gave them a chance to win. It was 3 runs. It was 3-0. And then when they went to Rosso, I don't know what Girardi was thinking with the whole Rosso thing. Rosso he comes in the game, he gets 2 outs, right? And then he loads the bases. He walks a run home, if memory serves. I think he walked a run home. So we're in the 6th inning now. And he walks the run home, and then you're like, oh, my gosh. He comes out to the mound, and you're like, you got to get him out of here. He leaves him in the game. Okay, what is the reason he leaves him in the game? I don't know. But then Wong singles to right center field, and next thing you know, it's 6-0. They go to Bedrosian. I'm not saying that's the moment you lost the game, but it's just another moment of what's going on here. I think it was one of those situations where Girardi knows in his head he only has 4 starting pitchers. He can't tax the bullpen any more than he has to because he has to pitch a bullpen game coming up. So if I go to my bullpen in this situation, am I going to be taxing my bullpen because I need them to give me a bullpen game? I think that's on Friday. This whole bullpen game is starting to creep into the way that they handle the bullpen now. And while, yes, I do not want to see Vince Velasquez take another start for this team, maybe there's a different way to go about it than just going with a true bullpen game and just saying to Matt Moore, hey, give me 3 innings. Instead of saying to Sam Coonrod, give me 1. But let's get back to Nola, because Nola holds the key, I think, to essentially this team making the playoffs or not. If you look at it, Aaron Nola has pitched in a lot of big games this year. I say big games. Aaron Nola has pitched in a lot of games this year against inferior opponents. Now, the Brewers are not one of them. But he has had times when he has taken the mound and given this team no opportunity to win. And last night, I'm not saying he gave them no opportunity to win, but man, he just did not look sharp. And I'll give him credit on the broadcast last night. Kruk pointed it out a lot. He just kept missing spots. He was all over the place, just did not have command. He threw that curveball, and they actually commented, like, do you think he's trying to hang that curveball in there? He's like, I don't think so. One has to wonder if something's going on with Aaron Nola. But Nola is scheduled to pitch on Sunday against the Rockies. He's scheduled to pitch again on Saturday against the Mets. So you're looking at Aaron Nola with 2 games coming up against inferior opponents, Colorado and New York. You have to have him win those games. He has to pitch better than he gave you last night. He has to pitch better than what he gave you last night. And again, he wasn't awful last night, but he wasn't an ace. They need an ace right now. They need an ace. That's what the Phillies need. And I know they have Zach Wheeler. Your ace was Aaron Nola. He was the guy. That's the guy that you said is our guy. The fact that you got Zach Wheeler pitching at this level is the icing on the cake. You need the damn cake to taste better. You can't just keep putting your finger in the icing and eating the whole thing. That's what you're getting with Wheeler. Nola has to pitch better. 4.57 ERA, 28 starts. He will take the mound against the Rockies next start on Sunday. All 3 runs in the 3rd inning. And it just seemed he was, again, just not himself. I don't know if there's something wrong with them. You know, one of the things I look at, and you can make an argument, and look, I'll back Nola here. You can make an argument that the ball that was hit to Galvis should have been fielded, right? They gave him a hit on that. Freddie Galvis makes that play. But you can make an argument that, man, Nola works so slow that behind him, the defense is just kind of on their heels all the time. And I don't know why he is going to I don't remember him having this slow pace. That's all. I'm watching this game last night, and I'm like, man, he is working so slow. But you go back to the game he pitched against the Nationals, his last start. He gives up a couple of home runs. I think he deserved to be pulled in that game, right? And he did not look good in that game either. What was that? That was the game against the Nationals on September 2nd. And they end up winning that game. Wait, did they win that game? When was the last time he pitched? Nola pitched in the game on, September 2nd. They ended up winning that game. That was the game they won 7-6. They were down in that game, though, 6-0. That's the game they came back, right? They scored 7. They came back, but they were down in that game. He did not, right, exactly. He did not pitch well in that game. The more and more this season comes down to the nitty-gritty, right? And how many games are left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 5 this week, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. They have 24 games left. So Nola's going to get about 4 more starts. It is imperative that he pitches better than he pitched last night. It is absolutely imperative that Aaron Nola is better than the Aaron Nola that we have seen his last few outings out. He cannot pitch like the guy who pitched on Saturday, the second against the Nationals. He can't pitch against like he did last night against the Brewers. He had a no decision in the start before that. He only went 5 1/3. You know what they need? The Nola that pitched against the Padres. He struck out 11 in 8 2/3. Yes, he lost that game, but you'll take that every time. You can't be the guy that gave up 4 runs in 4 1/3 against the Reds. And that's the guy you're getting too much. And I know people have been tough on Nola, but I think it needs to be reiterated that he is not pitching well, and they need him. Because, the bullpen is this and that. The bullpen has done a nice job the second half of the season. They really have. How many nights have you recalled that you could say, man, they blew another save? It's happened, once in the second half of the season? Have they blown more than 3 saves the second half of this year? I don't think so. And Kennedy has kind of stabilized that spot. It's moved Neris up into a role that he is now filling much better. The Phillies bullpen has been much better. Sad to say. It's guys like Nola, and it is that 5th spot in the rotation that has been an albatross for them all season long. That is where this team is struggling right now. Now, of course, they didn't score last night. They just had a tough night at the office. I thought Lauer pitched outstanding. 7 innings, 4 hits, 5 strikeouts. He kept them off balance all night long. The offense just wasn't there after scoring 12 runs the day before. I think they only had, 5 hits. Segura, Harper, Vierling, Torreyes, Jankowski. That's not going to get you a lot of runs. There's no question. It's not like one of those nights where they just left guys on base. Realmuto struggled in the leadoff spot. He struck out twice. But in the end, yes, you didn't score any runs. I get it. But Nola has to pitch better. He absolutely, if they want to make the playoffs, Nola has to pitch better. There's just no way around it. And I think everybody out there listening gets that and understands that and knows that. If you want this team to make the playoffs, and I do, I'd like to see some playoff baseball. I was talking to Josh the other day. We're looking at the schedule. I picked the games that air on the radio, and we have so many different options, and it's like a puzzle piece. Every weekend, we're trying to say, okay, this game starts at this time. When that game's done, we'll go to that game. When that game's done, we'll go to this game. And I said to Josh the other night, I said, you know what? The other puzzle piece that might be entering into the mix here is the Phillies haven't made the playoffs in 10 years. We've never literally had to juggle Phillies playoff games with Sixers basketball, Flyers hockey, Eagles football, college football, this game here, that game over there. I want to make that juggle happen. I want to have to figure out how am I going to do this? Because if the Phillies make the playoffs, we will carry the games here on 97.3 ESPN. But if Aaron Nola pitches like he did last night, that is one headache I will not have. And I am asking Aaron Nola, give me that headache. I am asking for more work, Aaron Nola. You getting the Phillies to the playoffs means more work on my plate, which I really don't need. But I will gladly take to see the Phillies make the playoffs. So my challenge to Aaron Nola is put more work on my plate. As if I don't have enough, Aaron Nola, I'm asking you to give Josh and I more work. That's my plea. But it comes down to Aaron Nola pitching his ass off this last couple of weeks. And I'm not sure he has it in him. I'm really not. And I'm not saying, oh, Nola stinks. I just think that maybe he's just not the guy we hoped he was. And that's unfortunate. I know Ruben Amaro was saying during the broadcast last night, oh, that was Cole Hamels for a couple of years there, from 9 to 13. Heck, guess what? From 9 to 13, the Phillies didn't hit expectations. They didn't win a World Series. They went to one, but after that, and you can make a good argument that in 2009, they didn't make the World Series, or they didn't win a World Series because Cole Hamels was not the Cole Hamels that you got in 2008. Guess what? If you give me the Aaron Nola that I got 2 years ago, this team's in first place. Because that Aaron Nola, 2 years ago, finished third in the damn Cy Young Award. That Aaron Nola, I guess it was 3 years ago now, come to think of it, that Aaron Nola was 17-6 with a 2.37 ERA and a 0.97 whip. What happened to that guy? All right, I'm not even asking you to be that guy. Can you be the guy you were the year before and the year after? The guy the year before won 12 games. The guy the year after won 12 games. His ERA was in the mid-threes. I'm not asking you to have a 0.97 whip and a 2.37 ERA, although that would be nice. Is it in there? Is that still in him? I'm not sure. The contract situation, somebody asked me about that the other night. Nola makes $15 million next year. Then they have a club option of $16 million in 2023 with a $4.25 million buyout. The question is, if he pitches like he did again next year, this season, in 2023, do they look to buy him out? I would think they would try to trade him first, but don't leave it out of the realm of possibility, because this has been a major disappointment this season for Aaron Nola.
I was asking Bob Wankel this last Friday when you were out, Mike, and that was, is it time for the Phillies to, we talk so much this year about, well, they might have to trade Hoskins, they might have to trade Bohm, right? But does Nola move to the top of that list of a guy that you might just have to move on from?
Well, the sad part is pitching comes at such a premium in this league, and Nola doesn't get paid all that much money. So even if he's your number 3 or number 4 starter, the problem is at the start of the season, you have him at the top of the rotation. Here's the other problem. If he's going to be your number 3 or number 4 starter, that means you need to get somebody better than him. You can't go to the season, enter that season thinking that he's the number 1 or number 2 starter. You now have to enter that season thinking he's now your number 3 or number 4. That's right. The difference in mindset.
Also, the reason I also ask is because, I have been saying, and this is just my personal working theory, not that I'm right, but my belief is that Dombrowski's going to make moves this offseason, and Dombrowski has a history of shaking up rosters.
No question. And is Nola a part of that? I would think they would hold on to Nola because of the price tag. He doesn't make that much money for a starting pitcher.
No, he doesn't. But at the same time, does Aaron Nola get you a good return?
That's a good question. What do you get in return for Nola? I mean, he is I don't want to say a top-level pitcher anymore. I think he has bounced down off that list.
But if you package him with somebody.
Well, the question that you're asking is, what's the return if you just said, hey, Aaron Nola is available? What am I getting for him? What kind of calls am I getting for Aaron Nola? I think it's an interesting question.
Like if you were talking to a team and said, and you were getting somebody like for example, one of the conversations I heard on MLB Network a couple of days ago was they're talking about the fact that the Blue Jays are going to have to make decisions about their young players. They can't pay all of them, right? Well, what if you called the Blue Jays and said, look, I know you got a bunch of guys who are going to need contracts and arbitration, and you don't know if you can pay all of them. So how about this? You give me one of your young guys, and I'll give you Aaron Nola.
What's young guy? I mean, obviously you're not.
Like Biggio.
I want to squash Guerrero right off the bat.
Right. I mean, Biggio. He's a guy they're talking about. I know that they're worried because they have to pay George Springer so much money. They're talking about. Oh my goodness, what's the other guy out there? The other guy. Bo Bichette.
Biggio, right? Guerrero. They got all those kids that are kids of these former major leaguers.
Right. What they were saying is that they can't pay all of them, especially with the money they gave George Springer. And the Blue Jays need pitching. So my question is,
a lot of teams need pitching. That's where you have a position of power. I don't know that you're getting one of those level players, though.
Okay. Well, what if you throw in Alec Bohm? Would you do that?
Well, okay. Now you're spicing up the possibility. Hey, we're going to give you another young player who needs a change of scenery. I mean, Bichette. You look at Bo Bichette. I mean, he's a guy that's hit 288 with 21 homers. I don't know that the return is him straight up for Nola, which is weird to say at this point,
right?
Because Nola was a guy who was third in the Cy Young Award race recently.
But the thing is, Bichette's going to come up for arbitration and need a contract extension way before Alec Bohm's going.
Yeah, Biggio, by the way, is only hitting .315 with 7 home runs. He has really struggled in only 77 games. So, I mean, that could be a change of scenery type of thing. He plays, I think Biggio is a third baseman?
He plays all the infield positions.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Then are you selling yourself short on Nola? I don't know. You're at a crossroads with Nola.
I just think it's something that we have to at least mentally prepare ourselves for. Because, like I said, when Dombrowski was with the Marlins, when Dombrowski was with the Tigers, when he got to the Red Sox, he made some trades.
All right, but I want to say this. It's a great point, but I will say this, okay? Dombrowski, I say, okay, we were excited about the offseason for the Sixers because Morey, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did Morey live up to the expectations of what you thought you might see? Did you think you were going to see a lot of changes, fireworks, big-time move? Now, there's still time to do those moves, but you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So Morey came in with this reputation of being kind of a deal maker. Now he did it last year. He traded Horford away. He traded Richardson away. He changed the dynamics of this team last season. But could Dombrowski have that reputation and just not have the ability to do it?
It's possible, but I think we got to remember that baseball is a little different than basketball because you have more guys to trade.
Yeah, you do. But the Phillies are we talked about this at the trade deadline, where they don't have a lot of attractive situations on their team. It's one of the reasons why they couldn't make a trade at the deadline that was really impactful, because they just didn't have guys that other people wanted. Right.
They didn't have the sexy prospects that make teams salivate and say that I have to get that guy. And by the way, the Phillies, when they even did have the great prospects, they didn't pan out either, because sometimes they kept those prospects. They didn't work out, like Dominic Brown.
All right, well, there's a lot to get into today. Sports Bash is live, 97.3 ESPN. Brought to you by Matt Blatt Kia. They want to get you approved today. Matt Blatt, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. Mike McGarry will talk more about what does he think Aaron Nola could get in return. Is Nola in the future plans of the Philadelphia Phillies? Could these last 4 starts give us that answer? We'll talk to him about that. Plus, the Eagles get ready for the Falcons. Today, Nick Sirianni said something that I want to touch on. That is coming up next. And The Fine Five, Ugly Five. Who are my five worst teams in the NFL? I'll tell you coming up today in the 4 o'clock hour. Coming in on the free mobile app where you can message us. Download the app in the Apple Store, Google Play. Cole in Atlantic City messages us through the app. That's hard to say. Says Mike, Nola's brilliance has diminished concurrent to his approach. When he was basically a two-pitch pitcher, he could split his fastball wherever he wanted, whenever he wanted to get ahead. Then you put away with his changeup. Each year he's thrown less and less changeup and even more curveballs. He's evolved as a pitcher, most assuredly at the behest of coaching. He's completely gone away from what made him dominant. That's an interesting observation, Cole, is that he's essentially gone from a two-pitch pitcher to adding more pitches. I like that way of thinking. It's like, okay, I coach 13-year-old kids, all right? So that when I meet these kids for the first couple times and I'll say, what do you throw? Well, I throw a two-seamer, a four-seamer, a curveball, a slider, changeup. Wait a second. Now, I call the pitches. At no point am I calling 6 pitches for one kid. All right, give me your 2 pitches. What are you throwing today? What's working? So, yeah, sure, a major league pitcher probably has a little bit better command of his other pitches. But you're right. Maybe that's a good point, Cole, from Atlantic City. Maybe Aaron Nola has evolved as a pitcher, but that's not what made him Aaron Nola. Nola used to be a very good fastball command guy. I think he has lost command of his fastball. That's something that I think you definitely saw last night. He's never been the overpowering guy, but the curveball that he throws, it's not a great curveball. Maybe the pitching coach of the Phillies needs to take the approach of, give me your best 2 pitches today. What are you throwing? Right? Because something happened with Nola, and it's not even just this year. Nola wasn't great last year. Nola was just average last year. You look at Aaron Nola, and I know last year was a weird season, but in the 12 games he pitched, we were having the same conversation. Oh, is Nola going to turn around? Now, at the end, 3.28 ERA, 1.08 whip. They're all very good. But at the end of the day, he wasn't brilliant often. He was brilliant from time to time. In 2018, he was brilliant often. And I'm not asking for him to be the Cy Young Award, but he should be in the conversation. How many guys go from third in the Cy Young Award to just vanishing into a middle-of-the-rotation guy? It doesn't happen all that often. 609-403-0973, the text message, 609-403-0973. That's the text board for you to jump in on today's show. Plus, you can do what Cole did, download the free mobile app and message us through the app. It comes right to the text board, so you can get that in on your text messages as well. We read them all. And if you're watching the show live on YouTube and Twitter, you can hit us up over there as well, and we'll post your comments up on the screen. Jeff wants to know, how did the Phillies let that game get like that? Well, he left Rosso in the game, and then when Rosso stayed in the game, he gave up 2 extra runs, and then when they got him out, it was a little too late. I'm bleeding all over the place, by the way. Look at this. See that? There's blood all over the place. I don't know what happened. Something must have bit me down there. So I got blood all over. All right, blood on my hands, Aaron Nola. You've got blood on my hands. But here's the thing with Nola. He has a chance to shut everybody up. That everybody says he can't pitch in the big games, in the big moments, in the September games and all that stuff. He has probably 4 starts left to do it. And I challenge him again to do so. Because if the Phillies are going to make the playoffs, it's going to be because of Aaron Nola. That's my prediction. If the Phillies make the playoffs, it's because at the end of the day, we said, hey, thank you, Aaron Nola pitched his ass off, and that's what got them there. I don't know what the hell I'm bleeding. So random. Right? It's like a chunk of my leg just came falling out. Look at that. I got blood everywhere. What the hell happened over here? I don't know. No, I just was sitting here. And I had blood all on my hand. I scratched my leg. I must have scratched myself senseless down there. You know? Ridiculous. Right? You want to work at radio, you bleed on the job. People say you don't get your hands dirty in this job. I got blood on my hands, man. Brian Baldinger never had blood on his hands playing. We're trying to catch up with Baldy today, by the way. Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN, free mobile app. Don't forget, download the app, as I was saying, in the Apple Store, Google Play, and you could text the studios just like Cole in Atlantic City did. And when we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about Nola and this Phillies team. Is it just not meant to be? And if they do make the playoffs, how key is Aaron Nola? And what if Nola doesn't have a good September? What's his future in Philadelphia? Hit me up on the text board. What do you think about Aaron Nola's future in Philadelphia? 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Download the free mobile app and message me through the app and tell me, what do you think Aaron Nola's future in Philadelphia really is? Is he a top of the rotation guy? Is he a middle of the rotation guy? Or is he a guy you got to think about moving on from? I want to hear from you. McGarry up next. All right, Phillies tonight. They got to see if they can bounce back after a tough one, obviously 10-0. But Aaron Nola is really the story. I want to talk to Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City about what he's seeing from Nola, what the future of Nola could be, and how important Nola is to this pennant race. If they're going to make the playoffs, Mike, I think it's going to be because Aaron Nola turned this thing around. But I'll ask you, do you see Aaron Nola turning things around, or is this essentially what he's become? Because last year, 5-5, 3.28 ERA. He was okay last year, but he certainly wasn't close to the guy in 2018. Is this just becoming who Aaron Nola is?
Well, I hope not, and I hope not for the Phillies' sake also. I definitely think he has to turn it around in whatever 4 or 5 starts he has left for the Phillies to have a shot here. But except for rare instances this season, he's pitched up. I think he had that complete game shutout early in the season. He struck out 10 Mets in a row. But he has seemed to have struggled with his fastball command all season long, and that has caused problems for him and led to outings like last night. And unfortunately for him, he's had this narrative where he struggled in September, and this might be the most important September of his career, and his first 2 starts in September this year are not good.
Obviously, he was a Cy Young candidate a couple of years ago. He finished 3rd in that race. His ERA was 2.35, a whip under 1. Was that the aberration, or is that a guy that he can get back to?
Yeah, I think he's somewhere in between where he was when he was really, really good and where he is now. I remember when Phillies first drafted him, what we heard from scouts, what we heard from the team was he's not an ace, and there you go. There's that discussion. Is Aaron Nola an ace? He's not a number 1 guy, but he's a solid number 2 or number 3 guy. And I think if you've got a really, really good baseball team, a baseball team that can win 100 games, a baseball team that can win a division, he's probably at best a number 2 starter, but probably a number 3 guy in your rotation. And right now he's the number 2 guy for the Phillies, but he's pitching like a number 4 or 5 guy. I mean, if you look at it, 5 innings last night, 3 runs, people will say, okay, by today's standards, that's okay, but that's not acceptable for a guy 1 or number 2 starter. He needed to do better last night, and it was a key night. They had a chance to stay within a game and a half for the Braves.
Right.
The Braves are playing the Nationals now. The Braves can make some hay playing Washington, which is like a double-A team right now. And the Phillies better watch themselves because they could be 3.5 back, after tonight. And that you start getting into numbers here that are tough to come back from.
Yeah, you tweeted that. I thought tonight was one of the biggest starts of Nola's career so far, not going well. And you said it. He didn't pitch terrible. 3 innings in today's world, 3 innings in 5 innings, 3 runs in 6 innings, okay. But you said he was the opening day starter. They expect more. If you wanted to be your 3 or 4, okay. But then the Phillies needed an upgrade over that. So my question, I guess, moving forward is, if Nola, these last 4 or 5 starts, is this guy, what's his future in Philadelphia?
Well, I think he's signed. He's got a reasonable contract. You probably don't want to trade him after a year like this, coming off a down year. So I think you try to get him back to where he was the last season or 2 and make him more like that number 1 guy. But overall, I think you need to upgrade your pitching staff so that so that maybe he becomes a 2B type of guy, and maybe you look for another starting pitcher that you can slide in behind Wheeler and make Nola that kind of co-number 2 guy with.
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. So, in your opinion, all right, how important is Nola over these last 4? If they make the playoffs, it's because Nola turned it around. They don't make the playoffs if he's this guy.
Exactly. I mean, he's a guy you're counting on, right? You're basically going with 4 starters now and a bullpen for when you need the 5th starter. So if you're not going to get outstanding performances out of Nola, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. You've got to win the games that Nola and Wheeler pitch to make the playoffs. And again, you're at a time of year where a 2-game winning streak, a 3-game winning streak, and a 3-game losing streak can make all the difference in the world. You win 3 in a row, all of a sudden you can be within a game and a half, a game of the Braves. You lose 3 in a row, you're 4.5 5 back with 20 to go. And that's a lot or almost impossible to make up.
Right. And obviously we've seen them, right? A couple of weeks ago they were 2 up, then they were 5 back, and now they're 2 back. So we're 24 games left here. You like the must win. That's the name of your column. when do these games start to feel must-win? Are they hitting that territory, Mike?
I think they're hitting it right now. In fact, if you got to look at the scoreboard tonight. If the Braves are winning tonight, if the Phillies look up from Milwaukee, I think the Braves start at 7 o'clock. The game, Phillies game might start 7:40, 7:45. If the Phillies look up and they come to the plate in the top of the first inning, they look up at that scoreboard and the Braves are up 3-0 on Washington. You got to win tonight. You can't afford to fall 3.5 games back. So you basically have to match the Braves at the very least. So, yeah, if the Braves are winning tonight, if the Phillies come to the plate in the first inning, they look up at that scoreboard and the Braves are up on the Nationals 3-0 or 4-0, then the Phillies it's a must-win tonight because I don't think you can go 3.5 games back in the division and think about winning the division at that point.
All right, so they're 2.5 behind the Braves, and then obviously there is one other avenue, which no one really thought. They're actually closer in the wild card. So what's a better path, Mike, the National League East or that wild card round?
I still think it's the division because you're chasing one team. You've got Cincinnati and San Diego right there in that tied for that second wild card spot now. St. Louis kind of lurking right behind the Phillies. San Diego has a very, very tough schedule. I think they've got 5 series left with the Giants and the Dodgers who are going to be playing full out to win that division because neither one of those teams wants to be in the wild card game, right? So San Diego's got a tough schedule there, but I think Cincinnati kind of would be the favorite for that wild card team. So I'd always rather, they're kind of chasing 2 teams for the wild card. I'd rather chase the one team for the division. And I think if you focus on the division and you win enough games to stay in contention for the division, that wild card could take care of itself, basically.
Yeah, by the way, the Dodgers are 14.5 games up in the wild card race over the number 2 team, which is San Diego. San Diego and Cincinnati are deadlocked right now for the second wild card, and then Philadelphia. You know that in the National League, the Dodgers, Padres, and Reds, other than the division leaders, are the only teams who have a plus positive run differential. Philadelphia is minus 12. That's after winning 12-0 and then losing 10-0. They went back to 12, but it kind of shows you that there is a little bit of a drop after those top 4 or 5 teams in the National League. So we'll see where the Phillies are. But when you look at Atlanta, what about what they have coming up down the stretch, Mike? Because a lot of people look at Philly and say, well, they have the easier schedule.
Yeah, the Philly schedule is very easy. But we've learned very easy on paper, but we've learned from one thing is that the Phillies, often do what you don't expect to do. Like they beat the Woodruff guy on Monday night in Milwaukee. They beat him, 12-0, and then they come back and lose the guy that everybody thought they were going to beat 10-0. The Braves' schedule is challenging in the fact that they've got, I believe, a 3-game series with the Giants coming up. So that's going to be another opportunity for the Phillies to maybe make a run there because the Giants and Dodgers are involved in that struggle for the NL West, and neither one of those teams wants to have their playoff fate come down to a one-game sort of situation. So those teams will be going all out to the final day of the season. So the Braves' schedule is slightly tougher. I still say with 6 games to go in the season, when the Phillies leave Citizens Bank Park to play those final 6 games, I believe 3 in Atlanta and 3 in Miami. Yeah. They better be within a game and a half of Atlanta at that point, or else I think it's going to be awful tough sledding for them.
Yeah, real quick, somebody brought this up the other day about Real Muto and the contract you gave him. Do you think the Phillies are regretting that contract?
Well, I mean, he's had a terrible offensive year, and he just looks lost at the plate right now. So I know we kind of focus on the starting pitcher because Aaron Nola was the starting pitcher last night, and the starting pitcher of every game is an easy theme to sort of focus on. But, you watch that game last night, and Real Muto just looks lost at the plate. You look at the numbers. He hasn't had this bad an offensive year since 2016. Maybe he's banged up. Maybe he's hurt. Who knows? But so far, he has not lived up to all the signed JT hype that we heard about all last year. He's not had a good offensive year, and he's another guy, we just kind of focused on Nola, but he's another guy, especially, you look at their lineup last night, Mike, they're trying to make the playoffs with, Matt Vreeling in the field, Freddie Galvez. I mean, that was not the lineup of a playoff team. So, they need JT Realmuto to hit the baseball. And so far, he has not responded to that contract with a good year at all.
You're right. And you mentioned Vierling in the lineup and a couple others. I feel like the Phillies sometimes, or Girardi, I guess, gets a little, Vierling gives you a couple of nights where he gets a couple of hits, and then he's hitting him in the 5-hole. I mean, like, all of a sudden it's like, let's just try to get, blood from a stone here. And you look at that lineup, Vierling, Galvis, Torreyes, Marchand. I mean, you're right. There's a good reason why you didn't score last night.
Exactly. I think, they're facing a lefty last night. They've struggled against lefties all year. They were probably trying to load up on as many righty hitters as possible. But I think what Girardi does and what he's kind of forced to do with a lot of guys out and a lot of guys not performing is he's trying to ride the hot hand, right? I mean, you get 2 hits, you can go from batting eighth to batting cleanup in an awful hurry in the Phillies lineup. So he tries to, the guy has 2 good games in a row. He tries to ride that hot hand. He's done it with Luke Williams. He's done it with Jankowski. He's done it with Brad Miller. He's done it with Ronald Torres. And I just think that speaks to, the kind of lack of personnel or personnel problems that the team has had, caused by injuries and guys not performing. I mean, again, look around. The guy they projected to start at first base, Hoskins, out for the year with a abdominal tear. The guy they projected to start at third base and have a big year, Bohm, in the minor leagues because he hasn't played well. JT Realmuto, you projected more from him. He hasn't played well. McCutcheon's been up and down. Someone said to me the other day, I know Girardi takes a lot of criticism, but I actually think for him to have this team, 2.5 games back with 25, 26 games to play, when you look at the guys that are actually out on the field, I think he's done a pretty good job. I mean, he's made some questionable decisions, but I think he's done all right.
Well, it's funny because that's what I used to say about Kapler was I don't know how the hell that team would be around 500 in the wild card race with what he was stuck with. And then Kapler, of course, is now the best manager in baseball, apparently, right?
Exactly. Now Kapler looks like Miller Huggins out there in San Francisco, basically. He looks like a genius. But again, I would have to say that I think Girardi, when you look at the personnel and the years people are having and the injuries, I think the fact that the Phillies are so close is an actual testament to the job that Girardi's done, basically.
Okay, NBA training camps are getting ready to open in about 2 weeks. Mike McGarry, Ben Simmons says he doesn't want to be here and will not report. Will he be a member of the Philadelphia 76ers when they report? I believe it's on the 22nd.
Yeah, on the day he reports, I don't think he'll be there. But I think the Sixers should not feel any pressure or any deadline to be forced to make a deal before that. They can let this situation play out. I don't think you can let it play out 2, 3, 4 months into the season. But if I'm the Sixers, I'm sitting back. I'm not being forced into a deal that I don't want to make because Ben Simmons doesn't want to report to training camp. Don't let him report to training camp. Don't let him start the first 2 or 3 weeks of the season. The Sixers shouldn't panic. You never know what's going to happen. You never know what injuries are going to happen. You don't know if Dame Lillard's going to show up in Portland, take a look around there and say, I don't like what we're seeing here, and maybe get me out of here now. If I'm the Sixers, I let this situation play out. I don't let Ben Simmons put pressure on me to make a deal that I don't want to make a deal just because he tells me I'm not going back to training camp.
So
I think the Sixers are equipped with him. If they have a healthy Embiid with the personnel that they have, they win 48 to 50 games in the regular season as it is, even without Simmons.
This is interesting to see how this all kind of shakes out here. With obviously, Simmons saying he doesn't want to be here anymore. It's put the Sixers in a much different situation than they were in about a month ago.
Well, I think it might also be a reality check for Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons is not Anthony Davis. I know there's a lot about Clutch, his management, and the power that Clutch has. But the last time, I always say to people watching the games, the last time we saw Ben Simmons on the court, he was being benched in the fourth quarter of games. He was shooting 34% from the foul line. He was taking 3 shots in the fourth quarter of a 7-game series. I mean, I don't see where he is not exactly dealing from a position of strength. So I wouldn't let Ben Simmons force my hand if I'm the Sixers and feel like I've got to make a deal by the first day of training camp just to keep Ben Simmons happy.
All right. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. Don't forget his must-win column on Fridays in the Press. And, of course, he appears on Friday's show as well. Thanks, pal.
All right. See you, Mike.
All right, there's Mike McGarry, and his appearance on the show is brought to you by Calvi Electric, now offering residential services for your home and business. Visit them online at calvielectric.com. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. You can follow me on Twitter at Mike Gill Show if you'd like to get in on the fun. When the show is not on, you can always tweet at me at Mike Gill Show. You can always download the free mobile app and message us through the app. It's free in the Apple Store or Google Play. Many of you have done it. If not, what are you waiting for? It's a free app for your phone. Take the show on the go. Thanks to First Bank of CIO. I am Mike Gill. Coming up, a lot of football. Jason Fitz, college football, NFL, tomorrow night, Tom Brady. You know, how many different shows have you heard people ask about if the Buccaneers are going to go undefeated? Who the hell cares? Really? All I care about is Tom Brady still playing at the same level at 44 years old. Because I know how I feel when I'm 44 years old. What a marvel.
Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Shaquille O'Neal with some harsh comments for Ben Simmons. I'll have them for you coming up in just about 20 minutes from now. Jason Fitz is there. I am here, Mike Gill, at Mike Gill Show, here on a Wednesday. It's good to have him back. I'm sure he's saying the same about me, right? I haven't seen him in quite some time, it feels like, as I was off in the wilderness for a while. But I am back wearing my Providence College hockey shirt, Mr. Las Vegas.
And I knew you'd bring it, but here's the thing. It's week 0, essentially. This is the last few days of undefeated joy I'll feel as a Raiders fan. So every day is a Raiders shirt. Like, I thought about breaking the tradition and wearing a Vandy shirt just to troll the fact that Vandy doesn't even belong in the SEC anymore. But, not that they really ever did. But, at the end of the day, I couldn't let the Raiders swag go away. So it has to be a Raiders shirt today. A week from today, I will not be nearly as positive about my beloved Raiders as I am right now.
I was going to say, so what is the NFL season's here? What is Jay Fitz NFL season rituals that, we all start as the season gets here? You obviously looking like you're going Vegas shirt. Is that a daily thing,
Yeah, so every Friday I always wear Raiders stuff. That's always the way. And every Monday, doesn't matter win or lose, because you got to support it, good and bad, and mostly bad for the last several years. Usually for the first week of the season, I make like a tailgating spread. So I actually start cooking on Saturday because I want to do it in stages so that I can make sure I'm set. This year, I am lucky enough to be one of the few that has the opportunity to go to Allegiant. So for the Monday night opener for the Raiders, I'll be in the stadium.
Nice.
The Raiders hooking me up. So, I'll be there for the first game that fans are in the stands for a regular season game. And I think it's an interesting thing. And this well, like Eagles fans have such a reputation. And I think it's part of, what makes it a fiery fan base. I'm interested to see for the first time what we can actually expect from Raiders fans in the stands. We have no idea if there is any home field advantage.
Now, I did see a tweet of you recently where you went back to the Saturday night main event shirt. So my question was, how often, because I think since you and I have started this, I don't know that you've seen the repeat from me, right? I've gone college. I'm keeping my end. Heck, I went to ECU last weekend, and I have a new purple and gold waiting for you one of these weeks from Greenville. So how many shirts do you go through before you have to go back to Saturday night's main event?
I would not have gone back to Saturday night's main event, but as any wrestling fan can appreciate this. Last week, I wore the Saturday night's main event shirt a few weeks ago. Last week on Saturday, I find out I grew up, I'm 44. I grew up in the AWA era in Vegas of wrestling. And my favorite tag team, I was a little kid and I was in this orchestra that rehearsed at the Showboat Casino, which happened to be where they did TV tapings for AWA. So I went to see the Midnight Rockers all the time. Marty Jannetty, Shawn Michaels, later the Rockers, were life for me. And in fact, for a long time, I hated Shawn Michaels because he broke up the Rockers and Marty was my guy. Turns out last week, Marty Jannetty was doing a signing and like a meet and greet at a toy store 10 minutes from ESPN campus. So in the middle of the first Saturday that I've got, 16 hours on campus and I'm working and I'm taking notes and I'm dealing with the whole show staff getting ready for 2 digital shows on Saturday night, I literally looked at everybody and said, y'all, you can take lunch. I got to go to this toy store and meet Marty Jannetty. So I had to have the Saturday night's main event because I didn't have any rocker swag, but at least that gave me a little 80s kickback swag. I got to meet Marty, and he was everything that we hear Marty is now.
I would imagine so. The picture was good. I saw that, and I saw, oh, my God, he's in a photo with Marty Jannetty. This is hilarious.
Yeah.
It's been a pretty wrestling resurgent here recently. It's like all over the place, man.
Thanks to not that we're going to do a whole segment on wrestling, but thanks to AEW. I mean, the WWF, WWE is at its best when there's legit competition. And I lived through that, in the 80s and 90s. I lived through that with the Monday Night Wars. And the more and more AEW gets some attention, the more and more we're going to be talking about it. So there we go.
I don't know if I had told you this before, but CM Punk and I worked together. I did the play-by-play for the MMA, and he was my color commentator, right?
That's amazing.
Right? Who would have known that? So I'm doing the play-by-play. He does the color, and I had talked to him about it. He said, never, ever, ever going back. Just no interest at all. You know what he told me? I'll tell you a quick, interesting story. He says, I'm wrestling The Undertaker at WrestleMania, and in the middle of the match, all I kept thinking about is when I can go back to my hotel room and watch Forensic Files. At that point, I knew I wanted no part of being here anymore. There's a little one for you. How about that one?
That's not that different. Like, I totally get that sense of it. Like, when I reached the point that going out on stage and playing music was not something that fulfilled me. Like, if I walk out of a crowd, play in front of 30,000 people, and all I cared about was getting on the bus, putting on shorts, and watching Family Guy, like, then you're in the wrong career, right? So, now I get a stupid rush out of a digital show just sitting in a closet with Harry Douglas, right? Like, that's what we all got to find that rush.
It's a second Harry Douglas reference of the day on this show. I saw him this morning on KJM. And I was like, Harry Douglas, who found this guy? He's doing a good job, though. So let's get to the digital stuff, because college football is what you're doing on the digital side. And this weekend, it came in with a bang, man. The Notre Dame-Florida State game had people going all night long. We saw Alabama absolutely smash Miami. So give me a couple of quick takeaways from Jason Fitz watching the first really full weekend of college football.
I think number one, other than Alabama, what we were reminded of is young quarterbacks are human. And I think we just sort of presumed that DJ Uiagalelei would come in and crush everybody at Clemson. And we presumed that CJ Stroud would come in and be fine at Ohio State. We even presumed that Spencer Rattler would take this Heisman level growth. And if you watch all the games, all three of them had rocky, rusty moments. And I look at that and I say, okay, let's remember there's no preseason. It is a weird year. First time in front of fans for them in a long time, too. Adrenaline's funny. Trying to get in a routine is funny. Like, I think we got to remember sometimes that who they are week 0, week 1 is nothing close to what they'll be by week 6. So, I expect some of that to get righted, but I really I looked around at a lot of programs and we took for granted how many quarterbacks were changing, thinking it would just be fine. Other than Alabama, it's going to take time.
Yeah, it was entertaining. And you're right, the quarterback situation, because now these guys change so much. The kid from Georgia goes from USC to Georgia, and now all of a sudden it feels like they've got this, passing game and that can make them a contender. They beat Clemson, who for years we've been like, all right, Clemson's, we just take for granted. They look terrible. They look horrible offensively. But as you know, Week 1 matters in college football, so that loss could come back to haunt Clemson down the road. Jason Fitz, of course, does it all for ESPN. Spain and Fitz tonight here on 97.3 ESPN. Tomorrow night, it is Tampa Bay and it is Dallas. So let's get into those two teams real quick. Tampa Bay for you, are they the clear-cut favorite in the NFC?
Oh, hell no. Like, I'm just not no. I'm all the way, like, we have revised everything we saw from Tampa Bay. They were a really good football team last year that won the Super Bowl. And I take nothing away from that. That can be true at the same time, just like there was a year, we all know, the Giants beat an undefeated Patriots team. Were they the best team every week? No. Were they the Super Bowl champions? Heck yeah, tip of the hat. We're just forgetting how much of a favorite Kansas City was coming into the Super Bowl, and we're forgetting the struggles Tampa Bay had last year. I think Tampa Bay is going to be a very good football team, but this talk of undefeated, this talk of repeating as Super Bowl champions, it's just stupid to me at this point. Like, only 7 franchises have ever repeated. So to me, we've just taken it for granted. And Tampa Bay is very good. They're not spectacular. They're not what the Patriots were a few years ago. And I think Dallas is actually a little better than we're getting them credit for, because we're used to seeing Dallas without Dak. How many teams go 6-10 with the second string quarterback for the most part? I know Dak has to be healthy and there's some line concerns, but we have let revisionist history really hit us with recency bias right now.
Well, Philadelphia won the Super Bowl with the backup quarterback. I'm just saying, throw that out there. But I agree with what you're saying. That being said, I don't have problems with the Buccaneer repeating conversation. But who's the producers over there that are bringing up this undefeated season, and who gives a rat's ass?
Yeah, I don't. And do any of us really care at this point? Like, remember when Pittsburgh was 13-0 and nobody was talking about undefeated then? Like, I just don't think it's as big a storyline as people want to make it. And people are looking for headlines when they say undefeated. In a 17-game season, the concept that anyone will go undefeated to me is just hot garbage. And realistically, at the end of the day, what matters more? Being 18-0 and going into the Super Bowl and losing that game, or winning a Super Bowl with your backup quarterback? It doesn't matter. It just matters that you're healthy at the end of the season, playing your best ball going into the playoffs.
And by the way, this is a team that didn't win their division last year and won the Super Bowl. I think they're okay if they lose a game or two. Jason Fitz, Spain and Fitz, plus he's all over the place digitally. Follow him at Jason Fitz to find out what he's doing on the digital side. Monday tailgate, rankings reaction, Heisman show, the kickoff, the college football show, the wrap-up, Sports Nation, and this show right here. Dallas, you just said it. Dallas in the East, it seems to me, and look, I have to be unbiased in this situation, I think they're the best team in the East, right? But are they the prohibitive favorite in the NFC East?
I mean, I think the NFC East is going to come down to, Fitzmagic and how much magic is there, right? Because if you look at the Washington football team, they basically looked at the 49er blueprint and said, hey, that's working. Let's build this great defense that can really get after the passer. Let's put really good people at all three levels on the defensive side of the ball. And then let's figure everything else out. So eventually, if we even get mediocre quarterback play, we're fine. That's been the 49ers method. As long as they're healthy, it's worked for the 49ers. I think Washington is trying to do the same thing. It's a scary defense, and they have enough offense to be really explosive, but they got to have decent quarterback play. I think I'm out on the Giants completely until that offensive line gets fixed. So I take them out of the equation. So you're left with a Dallas team that, again, when Dak went down, he was on pace to set a new passing yardage record, right? Like, he was doing good things, and we have no idea if Mike McCarthy can coach or not with this team. So there's still, if it was Madden, Cowboys would be the favorite, but it's not. So how do they actually come together? I don't know. So to me, it's going to be between Dallas and Washington, and Philly and New York are battling for third.
Recently, as today, Shaquille O'Neal basically came out and essentially said, Ben Simmons, your work is showing that you're not working hard, because we would see the change on the court if you were actually working. But we see videos of Ben Simmons all the time, shooting, doing this and doing that. So I guess at this point, camp begins on September the 28th. This is the last NBA story. Will Ben Simmons be a Sixer when they report?
Yes, he will. And I think he's only going to be a Sixer because there's not enough value coming back for him to make it worth anybody's while. I also think it's tremendously disingenuous for Shaq to say that when Shaq never figured out his own free throw shooting. So I guess my follow-up question to Shaq was, you had such a weakness that teams attacked you by simply fouling you the entirety of the game. Were you not working on free throws? Because I think if Shaq was honest, he'd tell you he was working on them. He just wasn't good at them. So, at some point, I think it seems a little fake to say that anybody's not putting in the work when realistically, especially, you had one massive hole in your game that was an Achilles heel for every team you ever played for. So I have a little bit of a hard time with that narrative from Shaq. Nothing's going to make the Ben Simmons thing easy early on. The best case scenario in my mind is that Simmons comes in, has fixed some of this, plays really well early on, increases his trade value to where then the 76ers can move on from him during the season for some sort of a king's ransom that helps them now and later.
Is there anything more baseball, Jason Fitz, than putting Derek Jeter into the Hall of Fame in the heart of NFL season beginning?
I mean, let's take one more step on that. At 1:30 in the afternoon on a weekday? Like, right. What are you doing? If you're Major League Baseball, seriously, what are you doing? If you even want us to pay attention to things like the Hall of Fame induction and the draft, frankly, are you not at least watching the way the NFL does it and says, hey, this whole do things that aren't during the season so that we keep interest in our season year round? Kind of a good idea. I don't understand what the hell baseball's thinking, and it's a massive lost opportunity. I will be totally frank. We were sitting last night getting ready for Spain and Fitz, and our producer Stosh is a massive baseball fan, and he said, hey, we're going to have Kirkjian on tonight to talk about the Hall of Fame induction. Sarah and I both said, oh, when are those? Had no idea that it was today.
I literally did not know until Greeny was pontificating about it today. And I said, wait a second. Derek Jeter's going, are they in Cooperstown? Is there a ceremony? What's going on here? This is Derek Jeter we're talking about. They're not putting Frank White into the Hall of Fame. Lou Whitaker.
You're talking about one of the biggest brands in all of sports going in, and you buried it on a weekday at 1:30 in the afternoon. Just when you thought baseball couldn't get any stupider on how to market their sport, they do this.
Jason Fitz, Spain and Fitz. What else you got? What else can the people see you?
Well, I mean, I'm all over the place. And like you said, especially Saturdays, if you're watching college football, I hang out with Harry Douglas from 7 to 8 p.m. Eastern, from 11 to 11:30 Eastern. We do 2 different college football shows. It's a real blast. So if you got to ESPN social handles or follow me at Jason Fitz, I think I'm doing, by the time we get to mid-season, I have 8 or 9 digital shows a week on top of the radio load. So we got you covered everywhere.
Always appreciate it, man. Always enjoy it. We have a lot of fun. Jason Fitz, Spain and Fitz tonight from 7 to 9 right here on 97.3 ESPN.
You're
all right,
the best,
Jason,
my friend.
There he goes. Jason Fitz, ESPN Radio. You can hear him here on certain weeknights whenever we're not airing a play-by-play action, which obviously this time of the year starts to get a little crazy with all the play-by-play because we got the football back, we got the basketball coming back soon, the Flyers will be back, Major League Baseball playoffs, you name it, we got it all for you here on 97.3 ESPN, your home for the NFL in South Jersey. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Follow me on Twitter at 973 ESPN. Oh, boy, I think one of the things that we talked about with this Ben Simmons, and I'm going to play what Shaquille O'Neal said. Now, I would disagree slightly with what Jason Fitz just said, okay? That Shaq doesn't have any authority to say what he said because of the fact that he never quite fixed his free throw shooting. And I get the hypocrisy of it. However, he is allowed to say, I have a deficiency, but I can also point out your deficiency as an analyst now. And I think Shaq, and I will play the audio. This came down from CBS Sports Radio. I will play the audio of what Shaq had to say coming up here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Stick around. That is coming up next because Shaq kind of gave it to Ben Simmons, lambasted him pretty good. Indeed helps you hire great people fast. Indeed delivers 4 times more hires than all other job sites combined, according to Talent Nest. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Indeed.com/credit. I'm Mike Gill, at Mike Gill Show on Twitter. Download the free mobile app and message us through the app. It's free, thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle. And take the show on the go. Wherever you go, the Sports Bash can come right with you on your mobile phone. Just download the show, download the app at 973ESPN.com/app, or go to the Apple Store or Google Play. What did Shaq have to say about Ben Simmons? Stick around. Find out next. All right, 322. What Shaq said about Ben Simmons. You're going to want to stick around. I got that coming up in just a second. But first, fire up your tailgates. The NFL is back. That's right, Thursday night. Get in on the action before opening night kickoff with the DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. And with the NFL returning, DraftKings is giving all customers the opportunity to participate in this year's no-brainer offer. DraftKings Sportsbook has moved the spread to Tampa Bay plus 73 for all customers. Yep, plus 73. That means you can still cash in as long as as long as the reigning champs don't lose by 74 points against Dallas. And if you haven't tried DraftKings yet, don't miss out. DraftKings is giving new customers $200 in free bets instantly when they bet $1 or more on any football game. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use my code 973. New customers bet $1 on any football game to receive $200 in free bets instantly with my promo code 973. Use that promo code this week at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older. New Jersey only. Free bet promotion for new customers only. Minimum $5 deposit. Max wager limits only one per customer. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app, which you can download for free in the Apple Store or Google Play. Brian Baldinger will join me at 4:40 today, so stick around for Baldy at 4:40 today on the Sports Bash. What else do I got coming up today? Fine Five, Ugly Five. Right before that at around 4:25, Jeff Mosher for football at 4. So a heavy football hour in the next hour. This hour, we're all over the map. I do want to play what Shaq had to say. Now, this was, let's see. Shaq was on I don't know the exact name of the show. I do know who the gentleman is. Damon, there we go. CBS Sports Radio this morning, okay? So this is from CBS Sports Radio this morning. Damon Amendola, all right, is the host's name. So I wanted to give him the credit for having Shaq on and having him talk about Ben Simmons. So listen to what he has to say. Now, Simmons obviously has had his problems. He has come back offensively and not been – the game has just not evolved offensively. I think that is very fair to say. Doesn't make him a bad player. It just means – his game has not evolved into making him an even better player. So this is Shaquille O'Neal this morning on CBS Sports Radio.
I have no idea what he's doing, but I know when I look at the finished product, we can make the assumption that you're not putting in the work. Because through the history of the game, people that put in the work, when you see the product, you say, oh, okay, he's been working. I want to see Instagrams of you making 15, 19-footers, then when you're down one, you dribble under the basket when you have a guy that's 5'1" on you to pass to somebody else because you're scared to go to the line.
So Shaquille O'Neal, pretty harsh right now. I watch you make these, jumpers. I see you doing this all the time. And then in a game, when push comes to shove, you're dribbling under the basket against a guy who's 5'1" and passing the ball off. More Shaq today on CBS Mornings.
Look, I was a terrible free throw shooter. But you know what? I didn't give a damn. You know why? Because I know for a fact 3 things going to happen. You're going to make it, you're going to miss it, or you're going to shoot an air ball. But forget all that. I only had one thing on my mind. That was to dominate. And Ben has the ability to dominate games. Like Giannis. Giannis not a great free throw shooter, but you know why they won a championship? Because he dominated. Because he was aggressive. He was getting people in foul trouble. He was going to the hole. He didn't care how many free throws he shot. How many times you see him shoot air balls in the playoff game and the crowd goes crazy? Did that make him stop going to the basket?
That right there is the most poignant part of what Shaquille O'Neal had to say. I'm there to dominate. I know I'm either going to make it, I'm going to miss it, or I'm going to airball it, and I don't care. I'm only there to dominate. And we have said this a lot, and Shaq said it. So don't take it from me if you don't want to hear it from me. Ben Simmons has the ability to dominate. He chooses not to. He talked about Giannis. How many times have I said Simmons and Giannis very similar? 6'10" or taller guys who have handle, speed, ability to get to the basket and dominate a game. Giannis is not a good free throw shooter. He is not a good outside shooter, but he refuses anything more than domination. I thought that was the best part of what Shaq said. Yeah, I'm not a good free throw shooter, but I don't care because I'm just there to dominate. I just want to dominate. I want to stuff it in your face. I want to jam it in your face. And if the result's not great, I still tried to dominate you. Simmons, the difference is he's not trying to dominate you. More from Shaq.
I saw a look in Ben's eyes that I haven't seen before. So I saw a look in Ben's eyes that I haven't seen before. So you can ask for a trade all you want, but you still have to work on your game, and you're still obligated to put on a great show because they are paying you / us a lot of money.
He said, I saw a look in Ben's eyes that I never saw before. Right? I saw a look in Ben's eyes that I never saw before. And that is the concerning part, where you see somebody and he acknowledges that, man, he wanted no smoke. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Over on the text board, Shaq is a Hall of Famer who has multiple rings. His free throw shooting never stopped any of his teams from winning championships. He averaged 30 and 15 in the playoffs. I think he's earned the right to critique Ben Simmons. So too. I agree with you. That's what I just said. That's where I said I disagreed with Jason Fitz, that I think it's okay for Shaq. And Shaq addressed it in that bite, saying I wasn't a great free throw shooter. He acknowledged that. Dan for me, HG, are you kidding? Mike, Shaq can say whatever he wants. I agree that Shaq can make that criticism of Ben Simmons. What part of that did you miss? I agree with you. I agree that Shaquille O'Neal, a lousy free throw shooter, can also agree that Ben Simmons is a terrible free throw shooter. They could both agree on that. Or, Shaquille O'Neal can say that. He can say that. And he basically said, I know I was a bad free throw shooter, but I didn't care because I knew I could either miss it, make it, or airball it. But I was just there to dominate. I like the fact that he brought up the whole Giannis Antetokounmpo thing, which is something that I have brought up a whole heck of a lot. That Giannis and Ben are two guys that could dominate every single night of the week. The difference is Giannis chooses to, Ben does not. I know all these people out there, Ben's this, Ben's that. If he makes the decision on any given night, he can dominate the game and win it all because he's the best player on the court. The biggest issue that I have with Ben, that most people's issue is they think he can't do it. I know he can, and he chooses not to. That's where our disconnect with many of us come in. But I also appreciate what he does even without doing the things that I would like to see him do. Kyle is watching the show on YouTube. He says, Ben and Shaq have two completely different skill sets and play two different positions. That's another factor here. You know, the hack of Shaq and the hack of Ben are different because Shaquille O'Neal doesn't have the ball in his hand late in the game. Ben Simmons brings the ball up, and it allows teams to just essentially foul him and put him on the line. Shaquille O'Neal didn't have the ball in his hand setting the offense up. So that's a good point, Kyle. 609-403-0973. Sid from Ocean City chimes in. He says, I would give up Simmons and the house for Dame Lillard. What I would give to watch Embiid and Dame play together. Dame dominates. Yeah, I don't think there's too many people, Sid, that disagree with you. I mean, even the biggest of Ben Simmons fans have to understand that Dame Lillard is just a different level of player in terms of what he brings offensively. Now, defensively, you're probably going to be bitching and moaning some nights where you're like, he can't stop anybody. There's a reason why the Portland Trailblazers are one of the worst defensive teams in the league. Their guard defending is not very good. That's C.J. McCollum and Dame Lillard together. They score a whole heck of a lot of points, but they give up a lot. But I think some of that gets negated by the fact that you would have Joel Embiid and you have other perimeter defenders if you don't have to give Matisse Thybulle up in a trade like that. I mean, there's a lot of variables here. Dame is more fun to watch. Yes, Shaq said it. You're getting paid to entertain. You're getting paid to entertain. Dame Lillard is probably a more entertaining, well, not probably, he's definitively a more entertaining offensive player to watch than Ben Simmons. Now, if Ben Simmons was playing at his best and was playing this level of basketball that we see from time to time, not often, when he decides, like Utah, when he scores, 40? Right? That is a different Ben Simmons. Now, this is interesting. Brian Windhorst just said this just a couple of moments ago in, I believe he was just on The Jump, which is airing right now, and he had this to say about Ben Simmons in a text message that he sent to the Sixers. Take a listen.
One of the messages that Ben has sent back towards Philly is that it's not his job to fix his trade value. It's not his job to correct his trade value or raise his trade value. That is not something that is on the menu for him. And so with that out there, I don't think he's interested in coming in and trying to change the situation. And one thing that I think is interesting is that his contract is structured in a way that he's going to get half of his money by October 1st. $16.5 million of his $33 million comes before he has to worry about getting fined a single dime for 41 of his games. So he's going to have a war chest that he can just sit this out.
That's an interesting comment, though, that the message from Ben Simmons sent back towards Philly is that it's not his job to fix his trade value. Well, he's right about that. It's not his job to go to other GMs and say, look, Ben Simmons is going to be a better shooter, or he is going to be more aggressive, because you can't guarantee that. So Ben Simmons is right. It's not his job to fix his trade value. The problem is his lack of offense has established his trade value. And to some, his trade value is not, the Sixers don't believe it is where they want it to be. You know, there's one thing I think you can say about Ben Simmons is he's uberly talented, has the ability to take over games when he feels like it. The problem is the caveat has to be when he feels like it. Ben Simmons doesn't have the inner fire or will to want to be great. That's the separation between him and a Giannis Antetokounmpo. That's why that team is there and this team is here in this situation. And that's unfortunate. And unfortunately, look, I like Ben. I appreciate what he brings. Here's the problem that I have with Ben. It's not so much on the court, it's what's going on off the court. And that he doesn't have the backbone to stand up and say, I'm being criticized because I'm not good enough. He thinks he is good enough. That's his problem. What's the Tom Landry quote? Right? It's about coaches saying things that say things that you don't want to hear. I got to bring up the actual quote, but there's a famous Tom Landry quote that is out there, from Tom Landry. Heck, some kids listening probably don't even know who Tom Landry is, right? He was a former Dallas Cowboys coach. And he essentially was like, coaches are there to say things that you don't want to hear because they want to get the best out of you. A coach is someone who tells you what you don't want to hear. A coach is someone who tells, the screen kind of flickered on me. A coach is someone who tells you what you don't want to hear, who has to see what you don't want to see, so you can be who you have always known you could be. Ben Simmons doesn't want to have a coach tell him what they see in him. Ben sees what he thinks is a good enough product. And there's the problem. That's the problem. So I don't have a problem with Ben on the floor so much as, I know he can be better. There's more in there for him to give. I don't dispute that. But it's that he doesn't want to be better. And that's a shame. That is a shame. 609-403-0973. Dan from EHT. This sounds like a Seinfeld episode. Ben chooses not to shoot. Jerry said, I choose not to run. Yes, that is pretty accurate. Ben chooses not to shoot. It's not that he can't, it's that he chooses not to. Kyle, I don't agree with this comment. He's watching on YouTube. He says, Ben can't dominate as Giannis because Embiid is there. Giannis doesn't have Embiid to deal with. Guess what? If Ben Simmons was aggressive and took the ball to the basket and got himself to the rack, Joel Embiid's presence would be just fine for him. Joel can get out of the lane. He can hit elbow jumpers. He can hit baseline stuff. If Ben Simmons on that night decides to say, look, tonight's my night, I'm going to be the guy, that could be a fine pairing. We've seen it plenty of times. People act like Ben Simmons has had 0 nights where he has just taken over games. He has done it plenty of times. Again, I talked about this the other day. We only remember or choose to remember the negative stuff. We choose to. Ben Simmons scored 42 points in a game this year. 42. Right? He was 15 of 26 from the field. Now, that was a game where Joel Embiid did not play, by the way. But it was against the Jazz, who have Rudy Gobert. But in that game, Ben Simmons, 15 of 26. He was 12 of 13 from the free throw line. 12 of 13. He had 42 points and 12 assists. And you're going to try to convince me that if he feels like doing that, he couldn't do stuff like, not 42 and 12, but that he couldn't be a guy that scores 25 when he feels like it? Of course he can. You have to be a jackass not to see that. Ben Simmons could score 25 every night if he felt like it. Every single night. Every night he could. He chooses not to. That's the issue I have with him. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. It's not that he doesn't shoot. It's not that he doesn't make threes. It's not that he doesn't do this, that, or the other. It's that he doesn't have the inner fire. That's the problem. There's your issue. That's the biggest problem out there. He doesn't have the inner will, the inner fortitude to make it happen. And it's more disappointing than it is anger. I don't have anger towards this guy. I don't hate Ben Simmons. I'm disappointed because I feel stripped of the possibility of seeing greatness. Every single night, we could get greatness, and we're not. It's disappointing. It's not anger. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. It's brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan, the all-new Matt Blatt Nissan, now open in Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, next to Home Depot. Online, mattblattnissan.com. I am Mike Gill. Follow me on Twitter, at Mike Gill Show. Download the free mobile app and message us through the app. It's free thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle in the Apple Store or Google Play. Coming up, Brian Baldinger at 4:40. The Fine Five, Ugly Five, 5 best, 5 worst NFL teams this season going into the year from me and Jeff Mosher. Football at 4 in 19 minutes from now. I hope you'll be there. 345 Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. At Mike Gill Show on Twitter. Follow me there. So the text messages are interesting. The video messages are coming in as well. If you have the app, you can message us through the app as well. Download the free mobile app in the Apple Store or Google Play, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Look, the one thing we know, and Ben Golliver is going to join us on tomorrow's show. He wrote an interesting piece about the whole situation with Daryl Morey and the Sixers over at the Washington Post. So we'll get his kind of breakdown of it. He's been kind of following this story all summer long. By the way, Kyle is watching the show on YouTube. He says the stats say Ben plays better when Embiid isn't on the floor. Their efficiency rating when the two of them are on the floor together is like the best in the NBA. So that's look, it comes down to Ben. It's what it comes down to. The regular season numbers, Ben plays better when Embiid's not on the floor. When the two are together, they're the best duo in the league. We've seen those numbers. They're regular season numbers. I don't care what those stats say. I don't care that it says they're the best. I don't care that it says Ben is better when Embiid's not on the floor. The two of them could coexist if 25 decided to be more aggressive. All these regular season numbers mean nothing. Right? Ben has been a 3-time All-Star. He has been a Defensive Player of the Year runner-up. He's first-team all-defense. He's a triple-double guy here, there, everywhere. He can dominate on there. These are regular season accomplishments. So the stats say he plays better without Joel Embiid. Those are regular season games. When push comes to shove, and Mike McGarry has brought this up, it's not even in the first round that it's the problem. It's the second round when the screws get turned up even a little bit more. That has to be fixed. That has to be fixed. And the disappointment, again, it comes from the fact that Ben's arrogance, and this is where he's an unlikable guy. I'm not a fan of his arrogance. Joel Embiid went out of his way denying a report that there's a rift between him and Ben Simmons. I love playing with Ben, he says. I know we can win together. Joel Embiid's not a dummy. He doesn't want to just give away a superstar level player. But he also says in the tweet, I've been criticized and I've taken those criticisms and I've built off it. And he also said in the tweet, not everybody's like that. So in the same breath of him trying to tell Ben Simmons, look, I've gone through what you're going through. Just handle it better. Joel's like me. I don't mind Ben. I don't hate Ben. I appreciate Ben, but handle it better. That's the problem I have. Handle it better. Be better. Rise above. People don't like you. Who cares? If you don't go into knowing that people aren't going to like you, what do you think? Everybody's going to like you? You think we do this show every day thinking, man, 100% of the people out there just love this show? Of course not. Ben Simmons, 100% of the people aren't going to like your game. Some people are going to like that guy's style, and some people are going to like that guy's style. Some people like his sneakers, and some people like that guy's sneakers, and somebody likes his sneakers and don't like your sneakers. If you go in thinking that everybody's going, if you try to please everybody, you end up pleasing nobody. Ben Simmons went in trying to please everybody, fell short, and now has turned his back on the people who backed him. Because his goal was to please everybody, and he failed at that goal. And now because he failed at that goal, he's taking it out on the others. He's taking it out on, well, they didn't back me. All Doc Rivers did was back him. Everybody in the organization has backed him, but that's been the problem. Everybody has been so naive throughout his couple of years here that it got to a point that it's now to a point of no return, because he has been so coddled that the smallest smidge of criticism has turned him off. At this point, he deserves being traded to Cleveland. He deserves getting shipped to Portland. He deserves getting sent to some middle America spot that, quite frankly, he probably doesn't want to go to. That's what he deserves the way he's acting. Because this town and this team, more so than anything, has protected him more than anything. Unfortunately, his desire to please everybody has made him blind to the fact that he has more supporters than he really believes. How many teams will put up with a guy who refuses to shoot? Oh, well, he doesn't need to shoot. He doesn't need to do that, which he doesn't. But how many places are going to look? Salt Lake City, Utah. All they have is the Utah Jazz. Portland Trailblazers. That's all they have. There's sports talk radio shows out there talk about the Trailblazers 365. I mean, the Sixers here, yeah, they get a lot of attention. Don't get me wrong. But they're a pimple on the rear end of the Eagles in this town. Ben Simmons is lucky he doesn't play in Portland or Utah or San Antonio, where that's all there is, because they have nothing else to bitch and moan about. He's lucky. 609-573-3776. Tommy in Summers Point. What's up, Tommy?
Mike, here's the issue with Ben Simmons. He's labeled a superstar. He is no superstar. Whoop-de-doo, he can score 40 points against Utah. You know what his playoff average, you know what his points per game in the playoffs, his average is? That's not a there's no superstar stats. He's not a superstar, Mike. He can't take a game over in the playoffs when you need him. They shut him down. Under 16 points a game, 15.9 is his average in the playoffs. Mike, that is not superstar stats. I'm sorry. Stop labeling him a superstar and saying he can score 25 points a game when he wants, because in the playoffs he can't. He gets shut down. Whether it's he has no will or no drive, I don't know what it is, but labeling him a superstar to me is ludicrous. He's getting paid like one. Well, shame on the Sixers for paying him like one. Mike, if he was that great, people would be lined up to sign him. There's not one team that's trying to sign him that I know of, where if they are, they're not trying to give you anything for him. How's he a superstar, and where is this a problem?
Well, two things, Tom. One, and I appreciate the insight. One, just scoring doesn't make you a superstar. You can be a superstar in other avenues. You know, Ray Lewis is a superstar. He doesn't score touchdowns. He makes tackles. That is what Ben Simmons excels in. Most people, like yourself, don't care about defense. That's the country we live in. We only care about entertainment, scoring points. It's a very shallow way to think. I've come to accept that most people think shallowly. That being said, Simmons is not a superstar offensive player. You are correct about that, and it goes down even more in the playoffs. Number two, people can't sign Ben Simmons. He is not a free agent. They'd have to trade for him. Three, there are teams that are lining up to try to trade for Ben Simmons, but they understand that his value is low based on the performance that he put out there in the most recent games that he had. The Sixers are evaluating him based on his 4 years. Teams are trying to get him on pennies on the dollar because, of course, they're saying, well, I just saw him in that one game. And the Sixers are saying, well, come on. He's played more than just that one series. You have 4 years of Ben Simmons to go off of. So the Sixers are trying to maximize that value while teams are trying to steal him for pennies on the dollar, which tells you what? These teams value Ben Simmons, but they are trying to get the deal at below market value. So everybody's got a stare down now. The Sixers are saying, well, Ben Simmons is a 3-time All-Star. He's a Defensive Player of the Year candidate, first-team all-defense. And these teams are saying, but he wasn't very good in one playoff series. And there's your stare down. That's the stare down. I like the show, Mike, but you have to stop comparing Simmons and Antetokounmpo. It's making you look like an idiot. They're not the same. Not only has Ben a terrible player, but he's also a terrible person. Sorry, Mike. That's Terry and Galloway. I didn't compare him to Antetokounmpo this time. That was Shaquille O'Neal. Take it up with him, Terry. They are not the same because one has the inner fire, the other doesn't. Ben is not a terrible player. You're a terrible person for making that observation. Terry and Galloway, I appreciate your text. I'm just kidding. You're not a terrible player or a person. But come on, you're better than that, Terry. I know you are. All right, Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Dropped this morning. Brand new for you. And it is brought to you by Caesars Entertainment Group of Atlantic City. Come experience the ultimate sports destination all season long at the Wild Wild West, Tropicana, and Harrah's Resort, Atlantic City. Book your game day experience today at Caesars.com. Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast is here. We have a lot to talk about, including a surprise name that has just entered the Eagles injury report, which just came out a minute ago there, Jeff Mosher. The look of your face is kind of showing me that you're not even sure what I'm talking about, but Brandon Brooks, a limited participant today with a knee injury at Eagles practice, and I'm wondering if you know any information. Should we be concerned, or is that just them doing league-mandated due diligence of putting him on the list?
Yeah, Mike, I don't exactly know if that's something that's new, like a flare-up, or if that's just kind of protocol for, technically whenever players are receiving treatments on certain areas of their body, they're supposed to be on the injury report, especially if they don't practice in full, which Brandon Brooks clearly didn't if he was limited. Now, the question is, are they limiting him because they've had a couple of practices here in a row and they're getting closer to a game time and they're really limiting him out of maintenance, more so out of necessity? And that's something that they'll probably shed a little light on more as we get into probably Friday, last press conference of the week before the game.
All right, the other three guys on the list, Landon Dickerson, Rodney McLeod, Davion Taylor. So let's go down the list. Dickerson, I would imagine, is not going to play on Sunday or be active.
I would imagine that you're correct on that. Will not be active, probably not play. He's off the 53. I mean, he's on the 53. He's off PUP or NFI, whatever it was he was on in training camp. But that didn't mean he was just ready to go. It just meant that they felt he would be ready to go within that 6-week period so that they didn't have to put him on a list. But even so, I mean, he's only been just back out at practice recently doing things. So it's hard to believe he'd even be ready to play in a game, even if he was completely medically cleared.
Right. All right. And obviously, we kind of anticipated that. The other guy is Rodney McLeod, who I guess today Darius Slay might have let the cat out of the bag just a little bit by saying we wish he was out there. But that's an unofficial way of saying, does it seem doubtful that Rodney McLeod will not play on Sunday?
Yeah, and I think it was fairly doubtful to anybody who's watched the Eagles, and I'm sure the Falcons aren't surprised either to know that he's probably not going to play, because he is also just off the list and has not practiced with the team in a full practice format. So, I mean, how good could his conditioning be to just go out there and play safety in a heavy running position and be ready for the game? I mean, you have to see these guys get ramped up first before you can even start to think about them being on the field on a game for an actual game.
Yeah, I know. McLeod would probably of this group be the biggest. Now, obviously, if Brooks didn't play, that would be a big loss. But McLeod would be a pretty big loss because of the depth behind him. Brooks, they actually have a little bit of depth at that position that they could utilize. Who would step in and play safety this week if, in fact, McLeod cannot play?
I imagine Marcus Epps would be the next guy up, just based on how much reps he's got in the training camp. He stayed healthy. They're not exactly deep at that position. They did bring in a couple of guys, as you mentioned, but they're some of them are new to the team, like the guy they brought in from the Colts, Shashiri, I believe is the way you pronounce his last name. So Marcus Epps has been with the team. If Kevon Wallace is healthy enough, I'm sure he'll get some opportunities to get in there. But right now, I would have to say Marcus Epps would go across from Anthony Harris.
Yeah, and so Anthony Harris, obviously, who was signed this offseason, and Marcus Epps could be the starters with Kevon Wallace getting some spots, some time as well. Davion Taylor's the other guy. Now, he was a guy that was reportedly having a pretty good camp at the start of this thing. Haven't heard much about him since, and he has that calf problem still. Another limited participant at practice today, and I would imagine that he would be very questionable to go on Sunday as well.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, this is a guy who really needed every single rep he could get and missed almost every single rep he could get in training camp. I mean, even the idea that he was having a good start to training camp, I mean, he was out and sidelined after 2 practices. So, and then he came back a little bit, and then he was out for the long period of time. So it's really hard to even say how much progress he had made. I know they felt he did a good job in the OTAs, and they were excited about giving him some opportunities to showcase what he had learned and what he could do. in training camp, and really more so about less showcasing, more learning, right? And really starting to acclimate. But he is far, far behind the 8 ball now and needs a lot of time to get acclimated to this defense and to get healthy. So you're looking for this game at a linebacker committee that will be Alex Singleton and Eric Wilson. You'll probably see TJ Edwards in there for certain times. You might see Jannard Avery as a kind of a Sam backer, a gap shooting type linebacker who can give you some pass rush. And for special teams, you will probably get Sean Bradley out there as well.
All right, so that's the 4 guys. They're the only 4, all limited, which if you are limited, I mean, I guess there's a possibility that all 4 of those guys could be active. But all the guys on the 53-man roster are healthy. This is what the Eagles wanted, Jeff, right? They wanted to get to this game. They wanted to get to the starting point with full health, and it seems outside of McLeod, who was hurt last year, not something that happened in a preseason game. We don't know specifically what's wrong with Brooks, but they got their wish here.
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, they really only had 2 injuries in training camp that were really severe. One being Tyree Jackson, who I don't think was going to as good of a developmental story as he was becoming. I'm not sure he was going to be active for game 1 anyway. And then, of course, Jason Kroom tore his ACL, and he was a long shot to make the team. Honestly, probably the most severe injury is the one we just talked about, and that was Davion Taylor, and that's more sets him back than per se the defense. So yes, they're healthy. Their plan in general worked, and they've been able to practice for the most part. The starters are the starters, and now it's time to get going.
Yeah, and we know. So just to recap, Brandon Brooks with a knee, Landon Dickerson with his offseason knee problem, McLeod also offseason knee, Davion Taylor with a calf. They were limited practice. Everyone else on the 53, full participants. This Brooks injury is somewhat new, I guess, something to keep an eye on. And, of course, football at 4, we will do that for you here because, if Brooks is out, let's just anticipate, or hypothesize that he might not play. What's that? Herbig would get the start in that spot?
Good question. I tend to think the way they use Jack Driscoll this camp as a guard more than a tackle, that Jack Driscoll, I think, would probably get the start at right guard over Herbig.
All right, so you would see Driscoll there then possibly, because I know on the depth chart, Herbig was listed as the backup left guard. I did not see Driscoll on that depth chart.
Well, that would be strange. With Lane Johnson pretty much practicing all camp long, Jack Driscoll mostly played guard as they cross-trained him, and he talked about that. He was a right guard, even on the second team, if I'm not mistaken. It was Brett Toth as the left tackle, and I'd have to go. And Matt Pryor, I think, played right tackle for the second team. So Driscoll has played guard and tackle, and I think they obviously like Driscoll a lot. He started the season opener last year as a rookie, a 4th rounder. Not that they don't like Herbig, but I just feel like they feel like there's a better prospect and a better player right now in Driscoll.
All right. Obviously, for Nick Sirianni, this is his first week doing all this. He, talked about his brother and his father, but, the whole situation, how is the feeling around Nick Sirianni? Just hearing how the players, it's interesting to me, Moshe, about how this Zach Ertz thing apparently has just kind of washed away. And he, not only might he be here this year, he might want to stay here for future seasons. Is Sirianni being that well respected by this veteran group of coaches?
Well, I certainly think that the players enjoy Nick Sirianni's presence. They have appreciated how he's come in here and coached the team. He certainly has a vibe about him about talent development. He's not afraid to stop practice and show players what they're doing incorrectly if they do something wrong. He's not afraid to get on his coaches. I think in general, people, after you go through an off season like the Eagles just went through, any kind of new energy feels good right off the bat. It's like the tension is off. Everything that was there from Carson and Doug from last year is gone, and everybody feels probably a little bit liberated right now. But what I think, and Quentin Michael and Jason Avant made this point in their Q&A show on Inside the Birds that dropped today. And they said, the real measure of a coach and the player's ability to buy into that coach is how does that coach act now when it flips from training camp to regular season and then week 1. So Jason Avant made a point to say, if a coach is really energetic, the team's going to be energetic. If the coach is grouse, the team's going to grouse. If the coach is up 1 minute, down the next, that's how the team's going to be. And it's really the even keel, staid personality that tends to do the best in the locker room, the guy who doesn't get too high or get too low. So here you have week one, anything can happen. This is kind of a coin flip game. I know there's some divisive opinion on who the better team is, and it's an interesting conversation, but it'll be interesting to see how Nick Sirianni, his demeanor is throughout the game, and particularly after the game, if they win or lose, to see how the players react to that.
Yeah, what do you make of how the whole Goddard thing, and he said, I thought we'd have a contract, and now Ertz seems to be thrilled and happy. Rob Motti was on with us yesterday, and he kind of indicated that maybe the team at this point would evaluate the two of them and make a decision moving forward that Ertz, if he plays well, what's to say that he couldn't be here down the road?
I think that's, I understand that viewpoint. I think it's highly unlikely. I can't imagine, based on this team's history and kind of how things work in the NFL, if you draft a player who's younger and he's a second-round pick and he shows you the potential that Dallas Goedert has shown you, and you have a good player at that position who's older and up on the last year of his contract and significantly more expensive, although Dallas would, if you gave him an extension, would then become more expensive. But you get the point I'm saying. Is I don't know why you wouldn't be more prone to wanting Dallas Goedert on your team for the next 5 or 6 years.
I guess cost, right. But I guess, this coupled with, I guess Tony Gonzalez the other day was talking about how tight ends can go a little older. Like there's nothing to say at 30 years old, 32, 33, 34, 35, that you could still be a productive player at that position. And if Ertz comes back and I'm very intrigued, Moshe, on when I saw now we didn't talk Monday because of the Labor Day. When I saw the 53 or the depth chart, and we all kind of thought that Watkins was going to be the 3. He is definitively, it looks like the third guy. What does that mean on how they use those two tight ends together? If you want Watkins' speed on the field, that means you're limiting how much you can use two tight ends.
It certainly is. And that's certainly something that the coaching staff has to figure out. And it does make you wonder, how lockstep were the coaches and the personnel, or Howie, in this case, Howie Roseman, on the tight end / wide receiver situation. I mean, most coaches want to be a 3 wide, 1 tight end team. They want to be an 11 personnel. 12 personnel is not, there are a couple of teams that like 12 personnel, but they're built differently, right? The Ravens are built completely differently than most teams. The 49ers have built themselves differently than most teams. The Patriots for a long time have liked 12 personnel, again, built differently than most teams. The Eagles have invested so much at wide receiver here with Jalen Reagor and with Devontae Smith. And of course, the maturation you've seen from Quez Watkins, that's their youth. That's their spark. You would imagine that they want to be in 11 personnel most of the time. So I am just as curious as everyone else to see how they kind of balance that 11 versus the 12 to get the talent on the field. I'm going to say this. I think based on how I understand it, everything will be situational. So when you say it won't be happenstance. We're going to go 12 for a few plays. We're going to go 11 for a few plays. They're going to go 11 or 12 based on the matchup they're looking for and based on the down and distance they are on the field.
Yeah, I think of all the things that I'm interested in watching on Sunday is that dynamic of who gets more snaps, Ertz, Goddard, who's used more, who gets more targets, because that's going to be something to keep an eye on almost weekly of how much do they game plan for those two guys, don't you think?
Oh, sure. Let's say the Eagles play 65 snaps on offense. That's kind of like an average game, I think, right? And Zach Ertz plays 20 snaps of those 65. That's, a third of 33% of your offense. Are people going to then say you paying him $8.5 million to play a third of your snap? But then somebody else is going to say, well, who are you taking off the field to put him on for more? You want Devontae out? You want Reagor out? You want Watkins out? Especially if any one of those guys has a decent game, it's going to be great fodder. And obviously, if they lose, it's going to be even a bigger talk conversation.
Right. And then the whole, hey, Quez Watkins is your number 3. What kind of role does he have? I don't think he has this massive role, but I think I liken it, Moshe, to how San Francisco picks their spots with some of the guys they have. Like, they don't have guys who get 100 targets, but when, Deebo Samuel's out there, they find like 5 or 6 times to just find a way to get him the ball. So don't hear, man, Watkins is having this great camp. What happened to him? If he gets 2, 3, 4 quote-unquote play calls for him a game, that's probably what they're looking for.
Yeah, I think I'm going to stress this and emphasize this. with Watkins and with others. Situational, situational, situational. I mean, Devontae Smith and Rager are probably going to be out there a lot, and Miles Sanders is going to be out there a lot. But anybody whose role we're kind of uncertain about, it's all going to be situational. If it's 3rd and 3 and Nick Sirianni wants to pass the ball, his slot and he wants to be in 11 personnel, his slot receiver might probably be, I would say, Greg Ward. Okay. But if it's 2nd and 3, which is a great play action down, and he wants to be in 11 personnel, maybe that slot receiver is then Quez Watkins, and you work a little play action and you try to throw the ball deep to a vertical slot like Nelson Aguilar was in 2017 and 18 for the Eagles. So or if you want to try to run a little bit on that down, you might throw your 2 tight ends out there with Goddard as an inline blocker and Ertz flexed out. I mean, that is the good thing about this, Mike, is that they can adapt based on the down, the distance, and the situation that they're in.
That being said, and Brooks, let's assume Brooks does play now. We'll hypothesize to that direction where we think Brooks would play. We all think that offensive line, if healthy, is pretty good. How much does that help the potential of what can happen in this game? This is not a very good defense, right? The Atlanta defense has been their Achilles heel the last couple of years. You could get a pretty good start and a good mindset in the first game against this defense.
Yeah, I would think so. You're right. It's not a good defense. And on top of that, one of the reasons that it's not a good defense is because it does not have much in the form of pass rusher. I mean, Grady Jarrett is a very good defensive tackle. A little underrated in my opinion. I think he's a very good player, but that's one guy. Everybody's got one guy that you got to draw the circle around. After that, I mean, you're talking about Dante Fowler, who hasn't really been a force in a couple of years. And, Steven Means, former Eagle, who is a great former Eagle, by the way, great guy, relentless motor, awesome special teams player. I got to give him I love Steven Means. He's a great guy. He's literally like their 3rd best pass rusher now.
He was a great preseason player.
Oh yeah. Yeah. But he was mostly a 5th D end and he blocked a couple of kicks in 2017. And all the guys on the team would tell you in practice, he gave everybody fits on the offensive line. So watch out for him. But again, you would rather have to go up against Steven Means as a number 3 pass rusher than if you're the Falcons and, Brandon Graham is the number 3 pass rusher on the team.
Let's go about Graham let's go to the defensive side of the ball. I guess as equally interesting is the split at tight end, which will be the Sweat-Barnett dynamic. I guess that'll be what we're watching on Sunday as well, is who gets the snaps, who gets the bulk of that.
Yeah, they've been very, very kind of coy in the media guides with that. They keep calling them both starters, right? To let you not know which one is really going to take the field when the defense comes out, which to me makes me think that it's going to be Josh Sweat, because what else would you be hiding, right? Because it's been Derek Barnett. So you're only kind of hiding it if you're changing it, I think. So it doesn't really matter because I do believe that Sweat and Barnett are going to rotate, and it's going to be an almost 50-50 split there. We'll see. But it really, whoever is out there first will be the starter, but I don't think it's going to matter that much. I think they're both going to play a lot.
Jeff Mosher, obviously the Falcons are a team that won 4 games last year, much like Philadelphia. So is this a stealable road game for the 4-win Philadelphia Eagles team?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, there's no doubt about it. The Eagles are the better team in the trenches. Okay. That doesn't mean you're always going to be the best team.
Jose, aren't you going to say that in a lot of their matchups though this year?
That's my point. You're going to say that a lot of times, but coaching, quarterback play, back end of your defense play is going to be vital too. And those are areas where sometimes that they're going to be more than sometimes they'll be, mismatched or the other team will just be better that day. And then of course, injuries will inevitably settle in for every team. And that kind of, could take away your strength as opposed to another team, which has injuries at a position they're deeper at. So we'll see what happens, but there are no doubt about it going to be the tougher team in the trenches for the Falcons. But the thing is, Matt Ryan's 36 years old. He's a very good quarterback. I would say, kind of like I say with Donovan McNabb, I don't think he's a Hall of Famer. He may make it, but he's like Hall of very good. There's nothing he hasn't seen at this stage of his career. So he knows where he wants to go with the ball. He's got Ridley. He has Pitts. It'll be up to Jonathan Gannon, I think, to kind of figure out a way to not just rely on a front four, because I think Matt Ryan knows that's coming, and he's going to know what he wants to do with the football.
Yeah. By the way, Pitch is somebody that I'm really going to be interested to watch on Sunday. I would imagine the Eagles could have some matchup issues with him, especially if McLeod's out.
Yeah, it's weird. I picked Pitts in a PPR draft that I had last night, a little higher than I normally would, but it came to my thought. I like tight ends who are either the number one or number two option on the team. There aren't that many, but certainly Kelsey is, certainly Kittle is, certainly Waller is, right? And then a guy playing with a pretty good quarterback, and then certainly Matt Ryan is. So I see a chance for Kyle Pitts to get a lot of targets because if teams are going to take out Ridley, there's really nobody else for Matt Ryan to throw the ball to. I mean, Russell Gage is good, not great, and then they have Zacchaeus as a third receiver. But if Kyle Pitts is what he's supposed to be, a matchup nightmare, then you've got to think that Matt Ryan's going to look to him at least 8 to 10 times a game.
Well, that too, and their running game, Mike Davis, they don't have this great running game. Their offensive line is a little sketchy. So this sets up for a good one for Philadelphia to steal a road win in this division. Could be an interesting storyline down the road. We'll keep our eye on that. Football at 4, of course, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Now that the guys are back in season, you can find them all over the place, all over the platforms. And what information do we have for Sunday? Anything you can tell us there, Moshe?
We got a pregame show from 10 to noon. Hope everybody checks it out on our Inside the Birds YouTube platform, or other social media platforms. It'll be at up in Philly at Rivers Casino. It'll be myself, Adam Kaplan, Greg Cosell, Jason Avant, Quentin Michael's going to be a part of it. So we're blowing it all out, man. We're going to have some great analysis. There's nobody that talks X's and O's better than this crew. So I would strongly encourage everybody to check in. If you like just X's and O's and not that other pregame stuff where people are like bulletin board material or he said this, we do it right. We're all analysis.
Well, that's 10 o'clock on the Inside the Birds YouTube channel. Check that out every Sunday with the guys. And, of course, Football at 4. Adam Kaplan will be here tomorrow to give us more insight. And we'll keep our eyes on Brandon Brooks as he was a limited participant today at Eagles practice. Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast. Thank you, Moshe.
All right, Mike. Have a great one. Talk to you soon.
All right. Of course, the Football at 4 today, it is brought to you by Caesars Entertainment. And Caesars Entertainment, come experience the ultimate sports destination all season long at Wild Wild West, Tropicana, and Harrah's Resort Atlantic City. Book your game day experience today at Caesars.com. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app. Of course, the free mobile app you could download in the Apple Store or Google Play. When we come back, it is my Fine Five, Ugly Five, 5 best, 5 worst NFL teams, and then Brian Baldinger at 4:40. All right, 428, time for the Fine Five, Ugly Five, my five best, five worst teams in the NFL. Brian Baldinger will join me in about 12 minutes from now. These are the five best, five worst teams. Fine Five, Ugly Five. This hour brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bets and take your profit. Find out how at PropSwap.com or download the PropSwap app today. All right, these are my Fine Five, Ugly Five. Let's start with the Ugly Five. Five worst teams in the NFL. Here we go. Number 5. They are the Cincinnati Bengals. They are my fifth worst team this year. I think Joe Burrow coming off the injury, I need to see what he can bring to the table before I really start to believe in him and that offense. They didn't get an offensive lineman in the draft. I was very critical about that. It's understandable coming off the ACL that I don't think he's going to be the same player as the number 1 pick looked like last year early. So I got Bengals number 5. Still a terrible defense there as well. Although I did draft Jamar Chase last night in my fantasy draft. Up next, I got the Detroit Lions. I like the coach's energy, but that can only take you so far. Jared Goff, weapons on that team, There's a reason why they are number 4 in my ugly 5. It's just a bunch of on that team. All right, number 3, the Jacksonville Jaguars. This Urban Meyer thing, it might be boom or bust. I'm thinking more bust than boom. Trevor Lawrence, I'm not all that enthralled. I don't think Lawrence is the savior that's going to come in and make the Jacksonville Jaguars go from worst to first or anything special. I think Lawrence might be a good NFL quarterback. I don't think he's going to be special. The Jaguars were the worst team last year. Their defense is just okay. Gardner Minshew is no longer there, so if Lawrence struggles, they have no one to really turn to. I think the whole Urban Meyer thing, I mean, much like Chip Kelly, could it get off to a fast start and then flame out? Could it just flame out? Team to keep an eye on, ugly 5. Number 3. Number 2, the Jets. Injuries. Carl Lawson, one of their best players, suffered a ruptured Achilles. And quite frankly, this team doesn't have a lot of weapons. You got Zach Wilson, a wild card as the number 2 overall pick. He was voted as a team captain. Interested to watch him, but Jets team has a long way to go. Even with the great Joe Douglas picking their players, they still seemingly have not done a very good job of putting that team back together. Jets number 2 and number 1 in the ugly 5 to start off the season. Well, it's the Houston Texans. That Deshaun Watson situation, he made the 53-man roster. Unlikely to play. They say he's not going to start. He's not even going to be active, it looks like. I mean, the running game there, David Johnson is nothing special. The line's a mess. Their defense just average. I mean, this Houston team's going to be in for a long year. Some people think, we talk about Tampa Bay winning all their games. It's conceivable that Houston doesn't win any games this year. I think they go 2-15. Houston's my worst team in the ugly 5. Ugly 5, Cincinnati, Detroit, Jacksonville, Jets, Houston. You can play along. Download the free mobile app and message me through the app. Who makes your ugly 5? These are my fine 5, the 5 best teams in the NFL. 5 best. Here we go. Number 5. I like the Tennessee Titans this year. Ryan Tannehill, I've always kind of liked him. I think I've been ahead of people on the Tannehill train. Love Derrick Henry. Julio Jones, great addition there. They got a good offensive line. Their defense is a little sketchy, but I love the fact that they like to run the ball, and now they have playmakers. Losing Arthur Smith, how will that factor into the running game situation? We shall see, but I like all the weapons there. And by the way, we'll see how that affects Ryan Tannehill. But I like Tennessee, number 5 in my fine 5. How about number 4? Let's go to Green Bay Packers. Yes, the Packers. I think Aaron Rodgers has a little chip on his shoulder. You may have noticed that he wasn't too thrilled about coming back there, but he's got Devontae Adams. I think that this could be the last time these two guys play together. You could see back-to-back MVP-type seasons. I think Green Bay's defense is good enough, but Aaron Rodgers leads his team to number 4 in my fine 5. Number 3, I was just there, Buffalo. Buffalo's pretty darn good. Good defense. Josh Allen is an MVP candidate. They can run the ball, even though they don't have that bell cow. I like their offensive coordinator, Brian Daboll. Stephon Diggs. They're just lacking a tight end. If they had that tight end, I'd feel a little bit better about this team possibly winning the Super Bowl. But I think Buffalo is for real. I like him at number 3 in my Fine Five. Number 2, it is the Kansas City Chiefs. I'll go Kansas City 2 with Patrick Mahomes, who I drafted in my fantasy last night. So I hope he wins the MVP and has a historical type of season. Travis Kelce, Tyreek Hill, Mecole Hardman, they got it all. Their defense, solid, not spectacular. Offensive line should be better, but Patrick Mahomes make this thing go. And number 1, I like Tampa Bay. I think Tampa Bay got better than the team that won the Super Bowl last year. I disagree a little bit with what Jason Fitz said, although I don't think they're an undefeated type of team, but this team's really good. Weapons all over the place, and Tom Brady, like a fine wine, he just keeps on doing it. He marvels. I marvel at what Brady does at 44, and they are my number 1 team in my Fine Five. My Fine Five: Tennessee, Green Bay, Buffalo, Kansas City, Tampa. Tell me your Fine Five. Download the free mobile app and message me on the app. Tell me who are your Fine Five, Ugly Five to start the NFL season. Ah, boy, there we go. Got them all in. Fine Five, Ugly Five. Today, it's brought to you by Dell. For your small business needs, call a Dell Technologies advisor today at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL. When we come back, you'll hear from Brian Baldinger on the NFL. He has the call on maybe one of the biggest matchups of the season to start things off. I have the details on that coming up next. Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, you can only hear the Bucks and the boys here on 97.3 ESPN. Thursday Night Football kicks off the season. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Fire up your tailgates. The NFL is back. Get in on the action before opening night kicks off with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. And with the NFL returning, DraftKings is giving all customers the opportunity to participate in this year's no-brainer offer. DraftKings Sportsbook has moved the spread to Tampa Bay plus 73 for all customers. That means you can still cash in as long as the reigning champs don't lose by 74 points against Dallas. And if you haven't tried DraftKings yet, don't miss out. DraftKings is giving new customers $200 in free bets instantly when they bet $1 or more on any football game. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code 973. That's my code 973. New customers bet $1 on any football game to receive $200 in free bets instantly with my promo code 973. This week at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. You must be 21 or older, New Jersey only. Free bet promotion for new customers only. Minimum $5 deposit. Max wager limits apply. One per customer. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. And don't forget, download the free mobile app. It's free thanks to First Bank CIO. You can message us through the app, take the show on the go. And obviously, we got a lot of football to dive into as the Cowboys and the Bucks get ready to start off the season. I'm really looking forward to this one as well. Great Sunday slate with a bunch of games. We will get into the NFL schedule first look. We will do that as well as we do each and every season on Friday's show. Sal Powell will be here. Casey Joyner will be here. Jeff Kerr will be here. So we got you covered with all of the good stuff on Friday to get you ready for the Eagles and the Falcons on Sunday, by the way. For those of you who are just dying for more football after that Eagles game, we'll have probably the best game on the schedule. If you look at the schedule for week number 1, it is Chiefs and Browns. Now, somebody texted in and said the Browns should be at number 5 in Mike Gill's Fine 5. They're better than Tennessee. We shall see. Tennessee has been a pretty good team the last 3 seasons. The Browns only showed me 1. I think the Browns have a lot of good talent, but I definitely think that I'm going to go with Tennessee to start. So we shall see. But that one is the Chiefs and the Browns, and Brian Baldinger will call that game on Compass Media, and you will hear that game after the Eagles and the Falcons right here on 97.3 ESPN. So we'll talk to Baldy in just a second here to kind of get his insight on that matchup between Kansas City and Cleveland. Does he think that Cleveland is better than Tennessee? I'll ask him that. Plus, we'll get his insight on the Eagles and the Falcons. Of course, Brian Baldinger from the NFL Network at Baldy NFL. You can always check out the Baldy breakdowns, and he is always a very good breaking down the offensive line play. And that has been one of the big questions about this Philadelphia Eagles team. What about this offensive line? And Baldy's a guy who, played in the trenches. He's a guy who can really break down. And I know Brian Baldinger, and we're going to talk to him about this, which was the fact that Jordan Mailata is a guy that Baldy really liked a couple of years ago when they first took him, and you saw him, and you saw him, and you saw him. And Baldy was always very high on Jordan Mailata. So I want to kind of get the breakdown of how Mailata changes this line. But let's start there, Baldy. Of course, as we talked about, Brian Baldinger, Compass Media, he'll have the call for maybe the best matchup of the weekend between the Chiefs and the Browns. We'll get to that matchup too. But I want to get your take on, Baldy, this Eagles offensive line and the anticipation. They got to the regular season, we think anyway, healthy, and how much of a difference that will make for a team that only won 4 games last year.
It could be the total difference, Mike. I expect them to go to Atlanta and steamroll them. They're going to be able to run the football. Now, it remains to be seen how Jalen Hurts sees the field and, third downs and red zone and 2-minute and how they respond. But up front, wait till they get Landon Dickerson in there. He was just the best lineman in the draft by far. Just the nastiest guy to come out of college football since Quentin Nelson. But Marlotto's a beast. Lane Johnson's healthy. Brooks is back in there. They should be very, very good up front. I expect them to be a top 3 to 5 offensive line. I've told Lane that all summer, that if they don't and if they aren't, then shame on them because they have everything it takes to be really good up front.
Okay, now you play the offensive line, so you know that position well. If you have that position as one of the top 3 to 5 in football, what does that mean for your outlook on the team this season?
Well, you still have to do all the other things. You got to play sound special teams, Mike. You got to take care of the football, a lot of stuff. But, if you're going to win the line of scrimmage on Sundays, give your quarterback time, open things up for Miles and Kenneth Gainwell, the rookie, and who else? That's a great place to start. There's nobody. Washington with their front. You go Cleveland with their front. You go against teams that have great fronts. I think Philadelphia can neutralize any of them. So I think it's just a good place to start every week when you can win in the trenches because that's where it's usually won and lost.
It sure is. And last year they had all sorts of problems there. We hope that's a spot that kind of gets changed. Another spot where they've made some changes is obviously a quarterback. Did we get enough of Hurts last year to formulate an opinion? Do you have to see a lot more of him, or do you kind of have a good feeling of what to anticipate from him this season?
Well, you got to see more than 4 games. Nobody can make an evaluation in 4 games. I was around him a little bit this offseason, worked out with him some. He's an unbelievable leader, an unbelievable person. And, it all starts with him. He's up at 5 every day. He's working out. He takes care of his business. It's just, he took every first-team rep this summer. When I saw him in some scrimmages, against the Jets, he's running too early. He just got to stay in there and make these reads. And that just remains to be seen. He has said, though, that the only guy that has really coached him at the position to become better was Lincoln Riley. And when he was at Oklahoma at Lincoln for the year, he did improve. He didn't feel like at Alabama and last year in Philly that he really got coached. So hopefully Nick and his staff over there, Shane Steichen and all the guys, are working with him, to really hone his skills. But to answer your question, 4 games isn't enough to make an evaluation. He's got to be able to stay in there, not read the rush, keep his eyes downfield, throw the ball with some touch. There's a lot that we have to learn about him yet.
Yep, and it all starts on Sunday right here on 97.3 ESPN, the Eagles and the Falcons. Let's go to that defensive side of the ball because, last year you had obviously a different defensive mindset with Jim Schwartz. You're bringing in Jonathan Gannon, also somewhat of an unknown as a coordinator here, but the Eagles have some interesting talent on that side of the ball, but it's older talent, Baldy. Graham, Fletcher Cox, Kerrigan, McLeod. We don't know his situation. So if they can stay healthy, do they have a good enough defense to stay competitive? Slay, Nelson, I forgot about those guys.
Yeah. I don't know. You started off by saying they got a lot of age, and they do. And you just don't know. Brandon and Fletcher have been good players, at times great players. Same with Ryan Kerrigan. They basically kept him in bubble wrap all preseason. They're saving him. He's going to play that Chris Long role. They hope they can get 15 or 20 good snaps out of him a game. It remains to be seen if he still has the power and the strength that he once had. They gave a lot of right tackles fits in this league. If they can, then I think the rotation with Josh Sweat and the rookie Milton Williams and some of the guys they have there, they like to play 8 guys and keep them fresh and rotate them through. That won't change. They're a front 4 dominant team. They got to turn and run to the ball. You're going to see effort from this Jonathan Gannon defense, and that's a good place to start. The secondary still, Slay was horrible last year, but he's a better player than that. So I expect him to come back around, and we'll see. We'll see how some of these guys are. I'm a big Zach McPherson fan. We'll see how he plays if he gets a chance. But they need to find some guys in the secondary that can tackle and can make some plays, for crying out loud.
Baldy, where's Atlanta at this stage? They got the new coach. They lost Julio Jones. They got a 36-year-old quarterback. They've been porous defensively. Their line's seemingly been a mess for a while. So is this the perfect week one opponent for Philadelphia? What kind of Falcons team should we anticipate?
Well, I think the coach is really sharp. I mean, the Eagles were very interested in him. They interviewed him. They just didn't have a chance. I think he's very organized. And that's a good place to start. Innovative and organized is some good traits to have as a head coach. I just don't see a great roster, period. I don't see a great running back. I don't see a dominant offensive line, even though they drafted first-round picks forever. I think Calvin Ridley is a really good player, maybe a great player. We got to see what Kyle Pitts, a Philadelphia native, looks like. He was a difference maker in college. We'll see how he adjusts. Defensively, they were just awful. I mean, no team broke down more than the Falcons. And that's one of the reasons why they fired Dan Quinn. He just could not get the defense together. I don't think they have any kind of a pass rush. If Dante Fowler Jr. is their best pass rusher, maybe Grady Jarrett inside, I think they can handle those guys. So, I think they're in a rebuilding mode. I think they're the fourth best team in that division, and I think they're clearly in rebuilding mode right now.
Thursday Night Football, it's Tampa and Dallas, and obviously the defending champs get that spotlight. But this Dallas team's got their quarterback back, but he missed the entire preseason and didn't practice all that much. So entering this opener, do we think Dallas is back, or will it take a couple of weeks before we see if Dallas is back?
And, Mike, he missed the last 11 weeks of the season last year.
True.
This game it's not fantasy football. It takes precision and timing to execute plays in the league. And he simply hasn't been out there. I don't expect him to be sharp. I saw Tom Brady practice in the preseason. I haven't seen anybody practice like that before in my life. It's unbelievable, Mike. In obscene heat, the guy is a machine. He's talking to every player and every coach after every play. But then, and he played 20. He got hit. He got sacked. Heck, against the Texans, I saw him complete 10 in a row. Ball didn't hit the ground. I don't expect Dallas to play like that. Now, I'll say this. They're rebuilding their defense. They drafted this Micah Parsons out of Penn State. Everybody kind of knows who he is. But they're building the whole defense around him, Mike. And, he played in 3 preseason games, and he looks dynamite. And I think he's up to the task. He's doing everything. And if he I think he could become a real star. There's not many guys that have his skill set. That's going to be fun to watch, just him out in the field. But Tampa, they practice hard. Everybody played in the preseason. They got a lot of preseason reps under them. I think they're ready to go.
On Sunday, Brian Baldinger, Compass Media, they will have the call for Kansas City, Cleveland. Might be the best week one matchup of them all. And you just mentioned Tom Brady. You're going to get to see Patrick Mahomes and this Cleveland team, which a lot of people are starting to believe in now. So you're getting a look at maybe 2 of the best teams in the AFC.
No question about it. I'm really excited, Mike. Really excited. I've been watching, Kansas City. Andy Reid has always taken the approach. You probably remember when he was in Philly. He liked to play his guys in the preseason. He liked to get them toughened up, get them hit, and he did. He got them out there, for 3 preseason games. They all played. They rebuilt their entire offensive line. Zeus at left tackle, Tooney at left guard, the rookie Creed Humphrey at center, Trey Smith at right guard, Lucas Niang, who they drafted last year in the 3rd round, missed last year because of COVID. It looks like a really good line. And they're going to get tested by Myles Garrett and Jadeveon Clowney and JOK, they're going to get tested. But I expect when the season ends that Kansas City, not just because it's a 17-game schedule now, but I think they're going to set a record for points scored in a season.
Wow.
I just don't know how you're going to stop or slow down this offense right now. I think the line they knew it was a problem, they addressed it, and I believe they fixed it.
That game after Eagles-Falcons will get you out to Chris Carino and Brian Baldinger, Cleveland, Kansas City, right here on Compass Media 97.3 ESPN. We'll give you all the football on Sunday. We'll go Eagles, Cleveland, Kansas City, and Sunday Night Football right here on Sunday on 97.3 ESPN. At Baldy NFL, check out Baldy's breakdowns, and we hope to talk to Brian Baldinger throughout the NFL season here on the Sports Bash. Thank you, Baldy.
My pleasure, Mike. Anytime.
All right, that's Brian Baldinger, and he on the Sports Bash this hour brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bets and take your profit. Find out how at PropSwap.com. Download the PropSwap app today. Yes, indeed. Thursday night football is back. Ho-ho! Bucks and Cowboys. They gave us a good one at least. Obviously, you get the Super Bowl champ every single year. But as Baldy mentioned, Dak Prescott hasn't played the final 11 games of last year. He didn't do really anything in practice here. Really hasn't thrown. Is the timing off, or is that just a myth? We will all find out. And you'll only hear it on 97.3 ESPN. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Follow me on Twitter at Mike Gill Show. And don't forget to download the free mobile app in the Apple Store or Google Play. It's free thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle. All right, final hour of the show. It's one day before the start of the NFL season. Thanks to Brian Baldinger jumping on board. You know, Baldy, he made a comment. Did anybody hear what he said that stood out? Stood out to me anyway, so much so that I jotted it down. I don't know that I can read my own chicken scratch, but I do remember what he said. Did anybody else hear it? I wonder if anybody else caught what Baldy said that piqued my interest, that I wrote down on this piece of paper right here. Josh, did you hear it? Were you intently paying attention to what Baldy said, or were you over there working? Did you hear what he said, that what I'm referring to?
Mike, considering the fact that we don't always hear the exact same things, the exact same moments, there's a 50-50 shot that it's a no.
Well, he said it pretty much right at the outset. It was the first question or answer that I gave him.
You mean about the offensive line?
Nah, I mean something around there, but it had to do with the offensive line, okay? Yes, it had to do with the offensive line, but it had to do with the game itself. So I'm wondering if anybody out there caught what Baldy said that would have piqued my interest enough for me to write it down on this piece of paper. It is written down right here. So if you're watching the show on the StreamYard, on the live video, it's right here. Okay? It is, where is it? It is right here. There it is, right there. This is what he said. Anybody watching, can you see that, what I wrote there? Can you guys that are watching the show live, can you see what I wrote? I think you could. All right? I will hold off for about 5 minutes or so to see if anybody out there listening heard what Baldy said and thought enough of it to do what I did, which was write it down. Because, look, the Eagles do not have a lot of expectations. I think I have been one person who is higher on them than others. Do I think this team's winning the Super Bowl? No. Am I sitting here telling you I definitively think they're making the playoffs? No. In fact, I did my who's in, who's out yesterday, and they did not make the playoffs. I don't think it's far-fetched to think they could make the playoffs. I think this division is very up in the air. I also said yesterday I think this is a very winnable game. Josh, are you listening back to the audio real fast? Oh, I thought that's what you were doing. I want you to listen to somebody texted in and got it, all right? I want you to hear him say it, and then I want to see what your reaction is. It's got to be in like the first answer or the second answer. I got a big sigh from Josh. For people out there, you have to understand, Josh has whatever is planned in his head. And if I tell him to go off that plan, his day is ruined. All right? So whatever he just had planned, I suggested that he listens to what Baldy said because I think it makes the show better right now than whatever the hell he's thinking about doing, quite frankly. I want to get your reaction to what he said. Now, one listener has already got it right on the nose, all right? He exactly said what Baldy said. Yep, and another guy, they're starting to come in. Yes, people are, I guess we're listening to Baldy, and we're listening pretty close. That's rare that people actually heard the same thing that I heard or said. So now, Josh, my trusty producer, who I have to fact-check often, I want you to listen to what Baldy said, and then I would like your reaction to it. Because my reaction, I had to write it down. Speaking of which, coming up in about 20 minutes from now, Jeff Kerr, of course, Jeff will be with us on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays throughout the NFL season. Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports. He talked to Tony Gonzalez. He's going to talk to Tony Romo and Jalen Hurts. We will talk about those three conversations and what stood out with Jeff coming up in 20 minutes from now. Jeff always gets big interviews, and we will talk to him about that coming up in 20 minutes. But right now, you know, when we talked about the Philadelphia Eagles offensive line, I will bring up something else that he said, separate from what he said there, which was wait till they get Landon Dickerson. All right, he talked about the Eagles offensive line and how that it could be a top 3 offensive line in football. And look, this is the only reason I say I think the Eagles have a shot to be decent. It's the only reason. It's not because I think this is a great roster. It's not because I think they have a great team. It's not because I think they have a great quarterback. It's not because I think they have great this, that, and the other. He said it. They have a top 3 offensive line in football. And he said, wait till they get Landon Dickerson. All right? Wait till they get Landon Dickerson is what he said. So people were wondering, well, why did they draft this guy? He compared him to Quentin Nelson. And when we talked about with Baldy just 15 minutes ago about the matchup with Atlanta, the offensive line is the difference. It's why I look at that spread and say, play it already. I missed it because I was buying beer. Now, if the beer wasn't the beer that I would request on this show, then I don't care about your beer. Josh found the clip. All right, Josh, I'm going to play the clip. I would like you to react to it. All right? So I'm going to play the clip for the people out there. For those of you who did not hear, Brian Baldinger, about 20 minutes ago on the Sports Bash, said this about the Eagles matchup with the Falcons. Right? Did you hear that? I expect them to go to Atlanta and steamroll them, is what he said. Now, when he said that, I almost dropped the pen out of my hand. Now, when I do interviews, I always have a pen in my hand, and I write down the key points of the interview that I would like to hit on. When he said that, I almost dropped my pen, so I couldn't write what I wanted to write.
So what you're really saying is that the chicken scratch wasn't as much because it's chicken scratch, because you get the fumble.
You never can read my own handwriting.
In the middle. Well, no, I can't read
my
handwriting. Well, apparently I can't read Pete Thompson's handwriting either. That's a different story. But
I saw that the number was on there. That's a different story. That being said, no, my handwriting's really bad. But he said right there, I expect them to go to Atlanta and steamroll them. Now, when you heard it, I didn't even have to tell you what you were listening for. When he said that, your reaction was what?
I mean, my reaction was it's obvious that he is way more confident in this team than anybody who is among the idiots out there who think that this team's a 2 or 4 win team.
But here's the thing. Baldy seems like me. He's not confident so much in the team. It's that he, like I, believe that offensive line play is the single most important avenue to success. If you have a good offensive line, you can win every week. If you have a good defensive line, you can win every week. The Eagles have both if and only if they stay healthy. They have entered the season healthy. And with that, he says, I expect them to go to Atlanta and steamroll them. Now, if they had an offensive line of Matt Pryor, Nate Herbig, Jack Driscoll, and whatever other clown they sent out there last year, they would be in some problems. I wouldn't be so excited about the start of the season. But the 5 guys they have, he said, top 3 to 5 line in football. Baldy gets it.
Listen, I've been with you on that opinion.
I'm not saying that you haven't.
But I'm also aware that the problem is that, as you expressed about, over an hour ago, that we live in a world where people are obsessed with the scoring, the sexy thing, the things that don't really matter in the grand scheme of winning in sports. And the problem is that there are people out there, whether they've been convinced by some numbskulls who work in the national sports media, or because they themselves are just completely dismissing offensive line play and its value in the game of football. Because
it's always not sexy.
But it doesn't matter if it's not sexy. The problem is that we live in a world where people are obsessed with things that don't matter at the end of the day.
Well, like this. When you have a top 5 pick in the draft, you don't want to draft an offensive lineman. You want to get a skill position player.
Right.
Because
wide
it's
receiver,
not sexy.
Running back, quarterback.
Right. Well, even the running back, I think people have now moved on from. I got to get the wide receiver. I got to get that quarterback.
Or maybe a big name pass rusher.
Like that too, right. I got to get that impact player. If Landon Dickerson okay, was wildly regarded as the best offensive tackle in football, he would be the first 5 picks in the draft, and you would be excited about that. But because he plays interior line, why'd you take that guy in the second round? Baldy says, wait till they get that guy in here. Yeah, somebody just texted in, 609-403-0973. Jay in Egg Harbor Township says, he means the O-line will steamroll their D-line, right? I don't think that's essentially what he was saying. He was saying that I expect them to go to Atlanta and steamroll them because their offensive line is that good. Then he furthered it down the line by saying, Atlanta's got problems all over the place. Their defense has been an issue, really. And it's funny because Dallas hires Dan Quinn to, quote-unquote, fix their defense. He got fired because their defense has been abysmal for 3 years now in Atlanta. So Atlanta's had defensive problems, period. Having a good offensive line only furthers your possibility of steamrolling a team when you have a good offensive line. And he said it. They have no pass rush.
But even if, let's run down that road. Even if he was only saying that the Eagles' offensive line was going to steamroll Atlanta, that in and of itself means you are going to win the game in a runaway. Because anytime an offensive line can dominate another team at any level of football, NFL, college football, go watch Canadian football. It doesn't matter. High school football. I've never seen a game in my life where an offensive line steamrolls another team and they don't win double digits. Never seen it in my life.
Well, I mean, obviously having a good offensive line is a huge key to success. The Eagles ran into that. Again, I go back to this. The Eagles, by Vegas, not me, Vegas, had them winning 10 games last year. One of the reasons why is because their offensive line has been one of the best offensive lines in football. That's what won them a Super Bowl. They had a great offensive line. They didn't have great skill position players, right? They didn't have, you got to get this number one wide receiver. They didn't have a number one wide receiver. You got to have this stud running. They didn't have a stud running back.
They had 4 running backs.
They had a great offensive line. That's why they won the Super Bowl. The next year, they were only competitive to get back to the playoffs because, why? Not because Greg Ward was great, not because Josh Perkins was great. No, because their offensive line kept them competitive, and Wentz made a couple of plays with a shell of a team. So it goes to show, you don't have to have the best skill players. You need to have the best offensive line. That's what I go to, is their offensive line. Their offensive line, look, they might go 0-17, but the games are going to be close because that offensive line is going to keep them competitive in most of the games.
And by the way, that's been the Eagles' philosophy for the last couple decades, is build in the trenches out. That's how you win football games. It started with Andy Reid, and Howie Roseman has continued it in terms of his draft picks. When he drafted Lane Johnson, that was not a sexy pick. People were like, why are you drafting an offensive lineman this high in the draft? Well, guess what? The guy has been basically the best right tackle in the league since then, and it's paid off because you won a Super Bowl.
609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Thanks for playing that clip, Mike. By the way, I was getting a 6-pack of Dogfish Head 90 Minutes IPA from Tom in the Villas. I like a 90 minutes. It's a little too heavy for me now, though. Now that I've gone on to a much lighter IPA style of beer, the 90 minutes is way too, like if I used to drink a 90 minute. Every once in a while, I'd have a nice 90 minute. If I go back to a 90 minute now, I'm going to need a 90 minute nap. It is just such a heavy beer. It's a good beer, but it's a little too heavy for me.
Well, Tom in the Villas is one of my favorites because while you were gone, we did a lot of alcohol talk on Happy Hour Fridays.
Yeah.
And Tom was a contributor to some of those alcohol conversations.
Well, we will bring that back. In fact, we have some Friday Happy Hour stuff planned for you for this Friday show right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. The Friday show is shaping up to be a good one. And by the way, tomorrow's show is shaping up to be a good one. Ben Golliver is going to be here. John Clayton. We always love talking to John Clayton, the professor. He will be here. Jeff Nadeau will be here tomorrow. Adam Kaplan, our NFL schedule first look. Now, you know, if you listen to the show, I do not look at the schedule, right? I will look at it for the first time and give you my snap reaction and try to guess what the spreads are for these games. And then I will give you my 5 best games of the week. We'll do that for the first time tomorrow here on the Sports Bash at 5 o'clock. And then Rob Motti from the Associated Press will be joining us each and every Thursday, to give us a little bit more insight. Now, that said, I want to get back into this Baldy comment. I want to play it for you, the whole thing in its entirety, because I did not get a chance to play the whole thing. So this is what he had to say about this Eagles-Falcons matchup. Yeah, I like that. You guys should be a top 5 offensive line. If not, shame on you, right? Shame on you. And I agree with him. 609-403-0973. I think Baldy should stop being a fanboy for 5 minutes. Baldy, it seems like he's too geeked up about this offensive line.
Well, I mean, listen, he played offensive line in the NFL for over a decade. I think that if anybody understands offensive line play, it should be him.
I'm totally joking in terms of he is absolutely
You're
right.
joking, but there's some nincompoop out there listening to the show right now who is literally thinking what you just said.
Yeah, well, listen, if you don't think the Eagles... Look, again, I brought it up to Baldy, and he said it. Age. Age is an issue on this team with their key players. The key players on this team, the age is the issue. Guys in their 30s, they start to break down. They've got guys on their team that you have to be worried about getting injured.
Not
You've got
everybody's
guys
Tom
on your
Brady.
team, right, that you have to be worried about getting injured. 609-403-0973. Text board as always, 609-403-0973. Download the free mobile app. You can message us through the app. Take the show on the go. Hit the message us button on the free mobile app, which you can download in the Apple Store or Google Play. It's free, thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle. It is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app. And don't forget, we're your home for Eagles and Falcons this Sunday. Pre-game show starts at noon from the Eagles Radio Network. You can hear the locker room with Billy Schweim and Pete Thompson getting you ready for the Eagles and the Falcons. Plus, don't forget, Monday, we're back with another season of Grayson's Grades. Casey Joyner, Jeff Kerr. It's a busy show, busy week. We love that you're a part of it. We love that you listen. We love that you engage. We love that you text and call and tweet. Keep doing it. Keep us here. Keep us going. We appreciate you. We always appreciate you listening. Always, always, always. Number one is you guys out there. Appreciate you. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. When I come back, Jeff Kerr talked to Tony Gonzalez. What does he think about the Eagles tight end situation with Zach Ertz and Dallas Goedert? How will that work? Plus, Tony Romo said something to Jeff Kerr. Is he right? Find out when we return to the Sports Bash. locally oriented, and he had a pretty interesting answer when you asked him about Eagles tight end Zach Ertz.
Yeah, it was something. And, Gonzalez, I didn't think he was going to say it, but, Gonzalez is already on the roll. And, we just got done talking about Kyle Pitts. So I think the whole Zach Ertz thing, kind of popped up. And I said, being from the Philly area, I kind of wanted to hear, hey, is Zach Ertz done? You think he's done? He goes, not even close to being done. He said, I'm not sure the extent of his injury last year. And, we talked about it afterwards. But he said, the guy's been one of the most underrated tight ends in the NFL. And not just today, like in NFL history, he said one of the best route runners he's ever seen. He absolutely loves Zach Ertz's route running. He said the Eagles would be foolish not to use him in that offense this year. He loved how the Eagles kept him around. He thought some team would have gotten an insane bargain if they would have traded for Zach Ertz. And he said, I could see why the Eagles held on to him. He was really high on Zach Ertz. And again, he likes Dallas Goedert too, but he said Zach Ertz, in his opinion, was the top 5 tight end in football. And he said, look, how many tight ends on their resume can say they caught a game-winning touchdown pass in the Super Bowl? And he's right. Yeah, not many. So, again, he's really high on Zach Ertz. He thinks Jalen Hurts is going to go to Zach Ertz a lot. He's really expecting a bounce-back year out of him.
All right, so I want to get from you, Jeff. Now we've seen 3 preseason games. We saw the depth chart come out yesterday. Quez Watkins is the number 3 wide receiver. They have the 2 tight ends listed as co-starters. So with Watkins as the number 3 and those 2 tight ends, how do we see Ertz and Goddard and Watkins used in this offense? Because we think Rager and Smith are going to get most of the snaps. But what about the Watkins, Ertz, Goddard dynamic?
So this is what I think is going to happen, Mike. Nick Sirianni is going to put his best players on the football field. And no disrespect to Quez Watkins, but Zach Ertz he's one of the best players on the football field. You have to play him. Same with Dallas Goedert. So I think we're going to see a lot more 12 personnel than the Eagles initially would have liked. He'll probably be in the top 10 in the league in 12 personnel this year. I don't think they'll be top 2 like them in Minnesota were last year. But I think they're going to be top 10. I think they're going to find ways to get Zach Ertz on that football field to help those young wide receivers out. Because we're being honest, Zach Ertz is probably the second best pass catcher on this team. And Devonta Smith is number 1. And I think the Eagles have a tremendous advantage when him and Dallas Goedert are on the field. They're going to have both of them this year. They might as well use them. Will it be at the expense of Quez Watkins? Yeah, a little bit, but you got to get Zach Ertz on that football field. And you can still keep Zach Ertz on when you have 11 personnel. But overall, I think Quez Watkins is going to be the one that ultimately loses some playing time because you got to have Zach Ertz and Dallas Goedert on the field. You just do.
Yeah, I know that'll be interesting to see how Sirianni does that, how he gets the 2 tight ends, and does that end up, minimizing the role of Watkins? We'll find out on Sunday. Of course, you mentioned Kyle Pitts, that Gonzalez mentioned Pitts. I'm very intrigued by Pitts. I was excited about the possibility of the Eagles selecting him when they were in the 6th spot in the draft. When they ended up moving back, it didn't seem realistic that was going to happen. What does Tony Gonzalez think about what we might see from Kyle Pitts? Because the Eagles will see him in his first NFL game this Sunday.
I'll tell you what, his eyes glowed when I mentioned Kyle Pitts to him. And he said Kyle Pitts is in a perfect situation right now. Julio Jones is gone, and he said Julio Jones would have been an absolute stud with Kyle Pitts there. He's huge on him. He said he watched him run a flat route in the preseason where he went and got like 30 yards. I remember I saw the play after we talked about it. He said, oh, my gosh, this kid's going to be special. He basically compared Kyle Pitts to, and he said, look, I've seen it with Michael Jordan. I've seen it with LeBron James. I've seen it with Tom Brady. I saw it with myself. He said, I've seen it with a bunch of Julio Jones, a bunch of players. He said, if this guy just shows up to work, catches balls before practice, catches balls when the defense is doing 7-on-7, catches balls, watch film, never is satisfied with himself, be the best player he can be, he is going to be a perennial all-pro in this league. He said he sees the talent already. He said this guy is going to be a difference maker from game one. He said it may not take right away. Like he may not reach that George Kittle, Travis Kelce level right away. But he said, I would not be surprised at the end of the season if he is there already. He is that high on the – he thinks this guy is just going to be a tremendous football player. And he said – and he was honest. He said probably the best time to play him is his NFL debut because he just isn't sure what to expect. So the Eagles kind of got a break there.
Yeah, I know that Kyle Pitts is going to be a difference-making – I don't know, tight end player. What did he call it? Did Tony Gonzalez call him a tight end, or that people were calling him kind of just an offensive weapon? I mean, how did he view him?
Well, the tight end position has changed so much, and Tony Gonzalez said, look, everybody wanted to go on him for his blocking. He said, but the tight end position was evolving, and he said, I was kind of one of the forefront. Yeah, he always said it's him and Shannon Sharp. They're the two. But he said, look, tight ends are receivers now. They're more receivers than blockers, and that's not disrespecting anything else. But he said, Kyle Pitts, look, he's going to be a really good blocker, but that guy can route runs as good as anybody. He said it. If you throw a ball toward Kyle Pitts' direction, he is going to get it. He's just one of those guys. He said he's got a quarterback like Matt Ryan who can get him the football at any spot on the field. And that's going to be so crucial for him. It's going to keep Matt Ryan's career going for longer than it already has. I mean, Ryan's going to his 14th year already. You know, he views him at, like, he's going to be a top tight end in this league. That's how he viewed him. He doesn't consider these guys receivers. He said they're tight ends, and they play a different position for a reason. And, you know, Gonzalez said he sees a lot of potential in Kyle Pitts.
Jeff Kerr is with us, CBS Sports, 97.3, ESPN.com, covering the Eagles for the 2021 season. They play the Falcons this weekend. Later today, you're going to be talking to Tony Romo for an interview coming up for CBS Sports. But Romo recently said he thinks the Eagles could shock the NFL. They're going to be a surprise team, he said. They could shock a lot of people and go 10-6, 11-5 very quickly. Those numbers don't add up anymore, but we get the gist of what he's saying. He says, quote, I wouldn't be surprised at all if they have a great season this year. He also adds Nick Sirianni will be great. So is Romo off base?
So, funny thing, Mike, I'm the one who asked him that question about the Eagles. So I kind of want to get further thoughts on that. And, you know, because it was a conference call. We didn't have that much time here. But he said Nick Sirianni is a great football coach. And he really gave a lot of praise to Jeffrey Lurie and the Eagles organization because they don't stay bad for a long time. And he said he loved the Nick Sirianni hire. He loves the opportunity they're giving Jalen Hurts. I really want to get his thoughts on Jalen Hurts because he didn't go too deep into that. But he said, look, in that division – and the way their offensive line is, he said, you know, he really likes that football team. He said they're going to surprise a lot of people this year. They're going to shock a lot of people. And, you know, the 10-11 win thing, I think that's a little too much, and I'll tell him about that tonight. But, you know, it's hard to go against Tony Romo. The guy is right like 90-95% of the time when it comes to things. So I was pretty excited when he gave me that answer. And, you know, there's a couple things I really like about Tony Romo. He is very authentic, and that's one aspect where I do think they can win 10, 11 games when I look back on it because they're really good on the offensive line. They're going to have a great pass rush. And I think Jalen Hurts is a good enough football player to get them to where they need to be. As long as the Eagles don't turn the football over and they don't trail big in games. And, again, they're not going to beat certain teams in this league. They're not going to beat Kansas City. They're not going to beat Tampa Bay. But teams like the Atlanta Falcons they should beat. The Detroit Lions they should beat. I think that there are teams they should beat. You know, the Chicago Bears, you know, I think they match up well against them. The NFC East is not a good division. I can definitely see them getting double digits and wins.
Well, this one's a big week because if you can get a road win in the NFL, this is a game that's a winnable game. We'll talk more about this game right on Friday when Jeff is back. Jalen Hurts has kind of been doing the rounds as well. I know you're going to catch up with Jalen Hurts as well. He was asked a question the other day about Nick Sirianni and to compare him to Nick Saban and Lincoln Riley, the two college coaches. And I thought he had a very interesting answer when he talked about Sirianni and compared him very favorably to Nick Saban. And you just mentioned Romo thinks that Sirianni is going to be – it seems like the players, Zach Ertz all of a sudden, you know, this whole squabble between him and the team in the offseason seems to kind of have gone away. How much is Sirianni rubbing off on these players?
I think Sirianni has been – incredible. And, you know, I asked Jalen Hurts about Nick Sirianni, you know, just how the relationship is going. He goes, you know what, man, it's going great. He you know, he didn't go too much into it, but he said, it's going great. He said he really knows how to ignite a locker room. And I think Eagles players, like, he's one of the guys. Like, you know, that's why I brought the competition thing to him, you know. I you know, Hurts put out a smile and said, I can't say anything on the record. But, you know, again, you know, these guys, they kind of wanted to. And, you know, Nick Sirianni, he's young. He's like those guys. He just turned 40. He's one of the guys. And he can relate to these players really well. And, you know, the Zach Ertz thing, I heard Coach Jason Michael had a lot to do with that. And Nick Sirianni said to Michael to talk to Ertz. And, you know, because Ertz at one point thought he was out of there. The Eagles coaching staff thought he was out of there. And they patched things up. And now Zach Ertz wants to be here again for the rest of his career. I don't think he ever wanted to leave to begin with. But, right. You know, I think he accepted reality that he wasn't going to be there. So I'm looking at it as Nick Sirianni just knows how to gravitate a locker room. We just need to know if he can coach. And, again, like, I talked to Jalen Hurts last week. I'll say it's about Hurts. He doesn't like to talk about himself. Again, natural leadership qualities, but you ask him about somebody else, Nick Saban, Devonta Smith, Zach Ertz, whoever, he loves to talk about those guys and what they bring to the table.
Jeff Kerr, tomorrow night it's Dallas and it is Tampa Bay, and that will kick it all off here. Many people look at the Dallas Cowboys as the favorite in the NFC East. So let's start with them. Do you look at them in the NFC East as the clear favorite this season?
I'm picking Washington. I think Dallas should win the division, and I think Michael Parsons is going to make a difference on the defense. I'm not convinced that their defense is going to be completely fixed, even with Michael Parsons. There's still a lot of holes there. I'm still wondering how they're going to generate a consistent pass rush. I'm not crazy about their offensive line. I think Dak Prescott's going to be fine. I think he knows how to play one speed, and that's full. So, I'm not too worried about the ankle. Ezekiel Elliott's key to this football team. Ezekiel Elliott can get to his 2016 to 2018 levels. The Dallas Cowboys are going to win a lot of football games, and they probably should win the NFC East. But if he's not, they're going to be in trouble. And Washington's got a top 5 defense. I don't know Ryan Fitzpatrick can play all 17 games, but overall, if Washington can get a top 15 offense, they're going to win that division.
I like Washington as well. I think both those teams are intriguing. I think all 4 teams have a case to make as why they could. I don't think there's a clear favorite, but if I had to pick one, too, I go Dallas. But is the clear favorite in the NFC Tampa Bay? We'll see them tomorrow night. Are they your favorite in the conference?
They're my favorite to come out of the NFC, but I'm not picking them. So I think Aaron Rodgers is on a mission in his last dance, and I'm not picking the Packers to win the Super Bowl, but I think they'll go to the Super Bowl. I think if Green Bay gets home field again, they go to the Super Bowl. I don't think Aaron Rodgers lets that opportunity slip. Tampa Bay is a really good football team, but they got hot at the right time last year, and they should be even better this year. And I think they will be better this year. But sometimes things just don't work out. And, they're a Tom Brady injury away and from being mediocre. And they're still a really good football team. But overall, I'm not betting against Aaron Rodgers this year. Green Bay has had the best record in the NFC the last 2 years for a reason. They play, in my opinion, a weak division. So does Tampa. But I think they should win 13, 14 games this year and get that number 1 seed. I think if they do, they'll seal the deal and go to the Super Bowl.
That game's tomorrow night right here on 97.3 ESPN. It is the Bucs and the Cowboys. The kickoff to the NFL season is back. You can only hear the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Of course, this Sunday at 1 o'clock, it is the Eagles and the Falcons. Nick Sirianni versus Arthur Smith. And as you tweeted out, coaching history in week 1, 2 games in which head coaches on opposing sidelines will make their debut. Sirianni versus Arthur Smith. Urban Meyer versus David Culley. So you have that going on as well. Arthur Smith, an interesting hire by the Falcons.
Yeah, and I'll lean in my Tony Gonzalez question again. He loves the Arthur Smith hire. He said, there are certain guys that they don't get too high, they don't get too low. And he said, I always gravitated toward coaches like that. And, he said, he's right in the middle. And he said, that's what I love about the guy. He said, he kind of has that Bill Belichick type approach to him. He doesn't give you any nonsense. He gives you, basically, if it's a bad question, he'll let you know it. But, he gives you what you want to hear, essentially. And he said, look, the guy was a mastermind in Tennessee. Look what he did to Ryan Tannehill. Look how important Derrick Henry was. He said that, him not having Derrick Henry is going to hurt. But he said, that's going to be great for Matt Ryan's career, for Kyle Pitts, for Calvin Ridley, for Russell Gage. He said, this Falcons team, he said, it may not be this year, but he said, in the long run, if they give Arthur Smith the time, it's going to be well worth it.
Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, 97.3 ESPN.com. He'll be all over the Eagles this year. At Jeff Kerr, CBS will have plenty of coverage on Friday when Jeff is back. We'll get his pick for that game. Give me your thoughts on the game tomorrow night, Tampa Bay and Dallas. Who do you like?
Tampa Bay. No disrespect toward the Cowboys. I just think Tampa Bay.
Plenty of disrespect allowed. Don't worry.
But I'll say that Tampa Bay is just a better team than them. They're going to dominate them in the trenches. I really feel that. Buccaneers have a really underrated offensive line. It's probably one of the best in football, if I want to be quite honest with you. Look what they did to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. I thought the Chiefs had a great defensive line. We're going to get to Brady, and they just didn't. So don't do that. Their defensive line, they may be old, but they're good. Their linebacker core, Levante David and Devin White, 2 unbelievably good players. I think Zeke's going to have a long night. And I know the over-under for Dak for passing yards is like 290. I know a lot of people are going under. If it does go over, it's because Dak's thrown the ball 50 times. I don't know if Dallas wants to do that. So I think they're going to try to force Zeke Elliott a lot more than they should and keep this game low scoring. But I don't know, Mike. I think Tampa's going to get 27 easily in this one.
All right. We have all that tomorrow night right here on 97.3 ESPN. You're home for football. It all kicks off tomorrow. The coverage begins at 7:30. Jeff Kerr will be back on Friday right here on the Sports Bash, and we'll look closer at the matchups to watch between the Eagles and the Falcons. And you can only get that right here on Sunday at 1 o'clock on 97.3 ESPN. Jeff Kerr, my friend, it's good to see you, my friend.
It's always a pleasure, Mike. It feels like it's been a month. I haven't seen you.
I'm back. You'll see me for plenty. You'll be tired of me by the end of this football season. All right, Jeff. Jeff Kerr is back on Friday. We're back after this right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. It is brought to you by the expert solar team of New Jersey, EMT Solar and Roofing and Solar Guardians. Start your solar journey today by visiting espnsolar.com. Back with more Sports Bash. We'll close out the show coming up next. All right, getting ready to wrap up the show. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. By the way, you heard number 5 will always love you, but obviously T.O. will never love number 5. He said in a recent interview that if he could do a celebrity boxing match, his opponent would be Donovan McNabb, and he said that he would knock the chunky soup out of him. Would you pay to watch T.O. versus McNabb?
I would pay the same amount of money to see T.O. versus McNabb as I did to watch any of the Jake or Logan Paul fights. That's absolutely zero.
Who would win it?
I mean, I would just assume T.O. would win because he's in phenomenal physical shape. I would just feel like his conditioning would be just way beyond Donovan at this point.
Yeah, Donovan's not like the most physically fit guy in his post-career, but those kind of things shouldn't matter. Like, you know, this watching UFC, you get that guy from Australia a couple of weeks ago or months ago where just
well, hold on, that's martial arts. Boxing's a little different. Boxing, you need to at least have conditioning.
oh yeah, I'm just saying, like we always just assume based on body type. Like, this guy's in good shape. He's not in good shape. McNabb might just not be. He still might have good cardio. We don't know.
I don't know. That's part of the problem.
Right,
Whereas
I'm saying,
T.O. could probably walk on an NFL field right now. And
he might be able to. No, he looks like he's in tremendous shape.
T.O. apparently thinks I saw him in an interview a few months ago, said he thinks he can return to the NFL this year.
Well, he wants to fight McNabb. I don't think McNabb has any.
Everybody wants a celebrity fight now. Okay. I mean, you know, Oscar De La Hoya was supposed to fight Vitor Belfort. Now De La Hoya got COVID. So Evander Holyfield is going to fight Vitor Belfort. It's just.
And apparently Trump and his son are doing the play-by-play.
Yeah.
That should go over really good.
Yeah, that'll go over great.
Leading off tonight is Herrera playing left field. So Real Muto in the leadoff hole lasted 1 game. Segura's hitting second. Harper is third. Real Muto's fourth. Gregorius is fifth. Miller is back at first base. He's hitting 6th. Torreyes is hitting 7th. Jankowski is hitting 8th. And Kyle Gibson's on the mound for the Phillies in the rubber match tonight against the Brewers. Mike McGarry was on earlier. He said this is a must-win. Do you agree?
I think it's a game that you need to not just win, but show that you're serious about winning.
By the way,
because the guy you traded for is Kyle Gibson. You got him. This is the game you got him for.
By the way, news today from the Phillies. Zach Eflin done for the year. He is going to get surgery to repair his right patellar tendon. It's expected that he will miss 6 to 8 months and miss the start of next season. Now, this whole story is a little odd, Josh. If you remember, he was activated to pitch on a Thursday against Arizona, and then they said he got COVID.
Yeah, then he suddenly was on a COVID list because of being in a close contact, they claimed. And then all of a sudden, the next day they said, oh, by the way, he needs to get his knee checked again. Wait a minute. Is it the COVID list or is it the date?
Right, because if you remember, he did pitch in a minor league rehab assignment.
Yes, he did.
So he pitched in a minor league rehab assignment, like 2 or 3 innings or something like that. Then he was going to pitch for the Phillies in a game, and I don't know what happened there. So that whole situation is a little odd, if you ask me. But he was originally placed on the COVID-19 injured list, and now he's going on the 60-day injured list, and that means his 2022 season, he will probably not be ready for spring training, put it that way.
Yeah, it's not looking good. And you know what? It's just another example of a situation where maybe if we had a little bit more transparency, we wouldn't have this confusion.
Yeah, this one's a little odd, though, with Eflin. And now, as we talked about, in his place, they're going with a bullpen game. If you look at their probable starters, like the rest of the way, whenever Eflin's spot in the rotation comes up, it's just blank.
Right, because it's some combination of dudes.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the bullpen game for this particular team, but I get it. I don't want to see Vince Velasquez. I would rather see Sam Coonrod pitch than Vince Velasquez. I'm sorry.
I mean, Sam did a solid job
through 1 inning.
But the 1 inning, he did a good job.
Right, but the problem with the bullpen game is, like Frank mentioned yesterday, you had to use Neris in the bullpen game, and then he pitched 3 days in a row, and then he's not available. Stuff like that happens. So give me a guy and ask him to give him 3 innings. Can you give me someone to give me 3 to kind of cut into the bullpen game a little bit? Can Matt Moore give me 3?
Well,
I got rid of Chase Anderson.
Right. Well, he wasn't doing much for you anyway. I mean, listen, if you could get a situation where what if Matt Moore gave you 3 and Bradley Falter gave you 2? That gets you through 5 at least.
Exactly. All right. next thing's next. So how many people last night had their fantasy football draft on CBS Sports? Because I was one of them. Did anybody else take a dump at about 9:40 last night? Because ours basically just went offline, never came back. We never finished the draft. So we are restarting the draft in the spot that we left it. It feels like the Phillies World Series game here. Like we're picking it right back up. So we are in I don't know what round. We're pick 164. Now we said, all right, we're gonna wait till 10:30. Well, then it came back, and then I got a text saying you're on the clock, me. So I got up, I drafted the guy that I wanted to draft, and then it went haywire again. How many people out there were using CBS last night and had the fantasy site go down?
And that's very unlike CBS to have technical problems too. They're not one of those sites that's known for that.
CBS is my favorite site. To all the fantasy sites that I've used, I think CBS is the best.
I like CBS. CBS.
That's what I thought you said the first time.
I was going to say CVS, but I had to stop myself. No, I do like CBS. They do a good job overall. I think they only do good for football. I feel like the platform for other things is not as good.
Okay. I mean, other fantasy sports aren't as prevalent, so I don't really care. We use it for our baseball league. I have no problem with it. I think it's the easiest to navigate, sort stuff if I'm looking for what I'm looking for. I don't like ESPN. You like ESPN. You use ESPN.
I do, because it's the easiest for me to use because of the app.
Gotcha.
The
CBS app's really good.
I was going to ask you, I've never used the CBS fantasy app.
Yeah, it's really good.
Interesting.
Speaking of which, our draft is tonight. Now, apparently I'm going to be having to do true drafts at the same time now.
How do you feel about that?
Not good.
Which is worse?
I will have to say, I'm not too excited about doing the draft to begin with. After doing last night's draft, my friend said, well, how do you feel your team went? I said, you know what? Doing the draft online has it's lost the luster of being excited for draft day. I like the in-person draft. I like the camaraderie, the ball breaking, I'm sitting in my house, I'm watching television. You're on the CBS guy in the background's like, you're on deck. What? Then I have 2 minutes. We never had a time before. We never had the clock. We're just all hanging out, drinking a couple beers. It didn't matter if you took 10 minutes to make your pick. 2 minutes. I panicked because I was in the third round. I was switching between screens. I need the magazine back. That's what I need.
What are you, Billy Schwein?
Yeah. In this instance, the magazine is superior.
Well, listening to this conversation, it seems like you did not see my email from last night.
I certainly didn't.
Which means that I should let you know that you have the third overall pick in our draft.
Oh, okay. Well, last night I had number 2, so I should have a similar team.
I also said in the email, I laid out the fact that we're going to have 60 seconds each pick.
Oh, geez.
Because I got complaints last year that 90 seconds was taking too long.
Well, we have 2 minutes in our league, and I didn't care for that. But I'm glad that it's quick. I need it to be quick. If I'm not doing the in-person, it's got to be fast. I don't want to be sitting there all night on my computer, having my computer tell me it's my turn to pick.
By the way, you know who has the first overall pick?
Who's that?
The PT.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you're third and Billy Schwein is fourth, by the way.
Oh, okay. That's good. I know I have a guy behind me that will ruin every pick. Give me exactly the guy I want every single time.
Defending champion Andrew DeCecco has the 7th overall pick.
Okay. All right, Josh is up next with Game Night. Dave Weinberg. It's a Weinberg Wednesday. Hey, it's Mike Gill, and coming up on Thursday, yes, the NFL season is back. The Professor, John Clayton at 2:40, Adam Kaplan, football at 4, Rob Motti from the Associated Press, and my NFL schedule first look, plus the latest on Ben Simmons with Ben Golliver from the Washington Post, and Jeff Nadeau on how to bet the opening game.